Danielle, James, can you guys hear us?
With the township and
Try one more time and see if they can hear you.
Danielle, James, can you guys comment for me if you can hear us?
Okay. Sounds good, perfect.
Danielle just called back. Can you please give it another try?
Danielle, can you hear us in chambers?
Okay, we reconnected again. Please give another try.
Can you hear us?
Okay, we reconnected again. Please give another try.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Hi, Danielle. I think we heard you that time. James, are you with us too?
Yeah, I'm on too.
Great, thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. The time is 6:39, and the Cunningham Township Board meeting will come to order. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
I recognize Supervisor Shinnewealth. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me know if you have issues hearing me. So for the town bills report, which is for March 2026, April, this would be April 2026, the town fund has $52,760.09. The general assistance fund has $270,087.13. Total expenditures for the month were $847.22. You have the bills before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Supervisor. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will now entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion made by Mary Alice, seconded by Grace. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin,
Yes.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes.
All right, that passes. Thank you. We now move to General Assistant Fund. Supervisor, the floor, no?
We just did.
All right, never mind. Ignore me. I'm sorry. All right, we'll now move to reports of officers. Supervisor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I just want to point out a few things from the memo that was in your packets, also online for the public to see. Thanks to our intern, one of our 8 interns from the spring, Rebecca, her research project was to look at the success of our rental assistance program, looking out 18 months. So we were able to follow up with 87 landlords who were renting to 383 households that received rental assistance from us since January of 2025. I do want to point out that that is a huge economic impact of the township on our community, is to support 87 landlords and 383 households in 18 months is quite impressive. I was surprised by that number. So what we were able to do out of, we saw that we had a 79.1% success rate. We had only 3.2 households who owed a balance, and we did have 17% had been evicted after receiving RA. Just so you know, people receive rental assistance when they are either in eviction proceedings or about to be in eviction proceedings. We did have 2 households who were deceased in that time. We did have about 11.5% of the households we reached out to were unknown because we couldn't reach their landlord, or the landlord did not have data for the household. So we got all of our data through the landlords. It was a little bit easier to track in that way. And for us to have an 80% success rate of folks who have not been evicted at all and owe no balance since we gave them rental assistance is really impressive and important, and it shows the importance of that program. In particular, I want to thank the city of Urbana for contributing significant rental assistance dollars, both through the ARPA fund and through the CDBG funds. And we have a kind of 3-year agreement of CDBG funds. I know there's some uncertainties about those funds going forward, but that allows us to augment and provide either additional assistance or support additional families and individuals in Urbana only. So being able to provide that additional assistance with rental assistance during this time frame really have increased our outcomes. In the past, we've been limited to 1 month, and now oftentimes we can do a security deposit and 1 month for move-ins or 2 months of rental arrears, with a maximum of 4 months in our program, depending on the situation. So just wanted to highlight those success stories. I also you will see in the second page of the supervisor's memo, a highlight on our public winter emergency shelter. This is data for the full season. We were able to support 216 male identified residents who are actively unsheltered between November 23rd of last year and the date of our closure, which was May 23rd of 2026. I will repeat that there's no specific winter shelter funding from the state next year. We've received funding from various sources in the last 3 years, but we have not received note of that. I also want to note that even though we had 100 beds in the winter emergency shelter, a number that we selected in part to see what the volume of need was, because each year we've generally been full. So we wanted to move into a space that was big enough to really allow us to have many cots. We were counting 76 men actively outside going into the winter, 76 people actively outside going into winter, regardless of gender. And we were able to, through the winter months, house every known resident between ourselves and Strides. Strides has run a wait list, especially for women, but for both genders for the last couple of months. But going through the winter months, we were able to, we were never full, and we were able to accommodate the need. The highest census which was rare, was 82 men. And so I would just want to push back. Sometimes people say, if you build it, they will come. We counted 76 people outside, and we typically stayed under that. We averaged about 65, with the highest being 82. You will see that our May activities were 61 unique residents staying in the public winter emergency shelter, about 10 engaged with housing navigation and supportive services. And we have 17 residents with income, permanent supportive housing vouchers, who were accepted into our CARES transitional housing with intensive case management support funded through the Housing Authority. So of the folks who were left in the shelter, 14 were placed in short-term housing by the city of Champaign. We had 6 move into housing with friends or family. We had 2 move into independent housing in May, and then 11 individuals left shelter without a known plan during the month of May. They may have come for one night and left. They may have said, I'm out of here, and they didn't coordinate an exit with us, which is their right to do so. But everyone who was left in the shelter without a plan was brought into our program or City of Champaign program. And I just want to thank Dr. Regina Parnell and the City of Champaign for stepping in to help to support that need. You will see some data about the shelter. About 30 of the men are 55 and up. With Steer Place reopening after the renovations, a number of men have been able to move into Steer Place, so that's been a very important resource in Urbana. About 70% have Medicaid. We had a number of healthcare providers come in to support the guys in primary care or other needs. I want to point out that 38% had a disability, and about a third had some sort of income. We have very small veteran population who are homeless. It tends to be seniors, people with disabilities, and people with income, and who basically don't have easy housing options because of barriers to housing. I also laid out the number of people who arrived within the last 3 months and who were new to Champaign-Urbana, so came most recently or maybe returned. And you will see that those of the 216, only 7 reported that they came seeking shelter. And you'll see actually the vast majority of that new population were stranded or they were kicked out of housing. So that accounts for almost 36 of the people out of the 64. We also had folks who were evicted, et cetera, who came here for employment. So I just want to give an update on our strategic plan to end homelessness. We are at the end of our first fiscal year of this work. We have agreed to continue to extend our strategic planning through the summer with the plan expected in September. Part of that had to do with the change in staff. RPC lost both the continuum coordinator and the coordinated entry staff member this spring. We also saw a need to focus in a greater way on racial equity, given significant statistics showing racial inequities as compared to other counties and communities in Illinois in our homeless population and in shelter provision locally. So we're going to continue through the summer. We are gathering at the I Hotel, and we're gathering stakeholders within CSPH and our steering committee to have that conversation with our draft plan and gather feedback. And then there's going to be some focused conversations over the summer. We did receive a grant for next year in the same amount, about $81,000, that will come through Cunningham Township. That will allow us to work on implementation, first-year implementation of that plan. And I just want to encourage every town board member to engage in some way in the strategic planning process. It's really important that your voices are heard and that you're representing your constituencies. I will send you information about the event on the 29th. The other things, I won't go through the rest of the memo. I just wanted to let folks know that we have entered our 3rd cohort into Careers in Motion. We have completely filled the units for Careers in Motion participants who are homeless, which is 16 units total. We've had several graduations in that program. We did hear from the Community Data Clinic with the exit of Dr. Anita Chan from the University of Illinois to move to Indiana. We will no longer be doing a digital navigation course with training with the U of I, but we've brought that training in-house. We have all the curriculum and materials, and we'll continue to do that work to train our help desk staff. So we feel very well equipped to move that in. We saw in rental assistance, we saw a pretty large leap in May, going from 41 applications to 70 in May. So we're watching that closely going into the summer. That's a very high number of rental assistance applications. Street outreach, we're seeing an increase in street outreach, partly because we no longer have enough beds in the community of shelter. And let me see. We have 14 families in shelter right now. We've been able to get our wait list time down significantly. And I usually try to tell folks how many folks are on our wait list. I believe we're at 3 families on our wait list. The last thing I wanted to announce, and you'll see this in a press release, is that Cunningham Township has been awarded the living room grant, which will provide a crisis respite 24/7, 365. And I will send out additional information about that when we have it. But we just got word of that and signed the paperwork on last Thursday. So happy to answer any questions that town board members have.
Thank you, Supervisor. Are there any questions? All right, thank you again, Danielle. Moving on, we will now move to new business, resolution number T 2026-060XXR, a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign a services agreement with the Management Center for IHRC-funded training for CSPH.
Yeah, so this is has been in the works for some time. The majority of the training is paid for by the Regional Plan Commission as the COC-funded entity. The travel was over budget, and so the executive committee voted to include travel in the budget, which comes directly out of the IHRC grant and was budgeted for such a thing. So just asking for your vote of confidence to move forward with the travel budget for training that will happen this Thursday. 40 leaders who provide homeless services across the county will receive management-centered training with a focus on equity in their training. And this is a group that all of my managers are trained by, a highly regarded group across the country.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. There is a question, Mary Alice.
Hi, thank you, Danielle. So you mentioned that there are 40 people, so this is $2,400. Does it cover all 40 people? Or does it?
So $2,400 just is the travel costs of the trainers. There's 2 trainers who are coming in.
I understand.
And so it's just their travel costs. The cost of the training is paid for by RPC out of a different funding line.
So we're not paying for 40 people to travel, we're paying for 2 people to come train us so that the 40 people don't have to travel.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Correct. That's right. Yep.
All right,
I'll make a motion.
go for it.
All right, I'll move approval of resolution number T 2026-06009R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign a service agreement with the Management Center for IHRC-funded trainings for CSPH leaders.
A second.
All right, motion made by Mary Alice, seconded by Jones. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin,
Yes.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes.
All right, that passes. Thank you. Next, we have resolution number T 2026-06-010R, a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an intergovernmental agreement between Illinois Department of Human Services and Cunningham Township 2026 through 2029. Supervisor.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is, you've seen this before, it's a resolution we do, I want to say it's every 4 to 5 years. Essentially, it is an agreement with the state of Illinois that when a general assistance participant is awarded Social Security disability, we get paid back for the general assistance that we advanced to them essentially while they were waiting for their disability payments. So if they were paid for all of 2025 in back pay from SSI, then we would just receive our checks portion. That's generally, general assistance works as a kind of advance for disability payments, but we need to have an agreement on file with IDHS to receive those dollars. That's all.
All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I will move resolution number 2026-0601R, a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an intergovernmental agreement between Illinois Department of Human Services and the Cunningham Township for 2026 to 2029.
Second.
All right, motion made by Wu, seconded by Grace. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin. Yes. Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes.
All right, thank you, and that motion passes. Thank you, Supervisor. Safe travels, and we will talk to you soon. With no further
Thank you so much.
Not a problem. With no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned. We will move into our committee of the whole. Did you want to? I'm sorry, we will move into a public hearing for the committee of the whole. Thank you.
Good evening. It is Monday, June 15th, 2026. The time is 7 p.m. And we will begin our Committee of the Whole public hearing first. Notice is hereby given that the proposed annual budget for the City of Urbana and the County of Champaign, State of Illinois, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, is on file and conveniently available for public inspection on the city's website, www.urbana.gov/HR-and/finance-department/page/annual-budget-information. Notice is further given that a public hearing on said proposed annual budget will be held at 7 p.m. on Monday, June 15th, 2026. Estimated revenues for the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 are $67.4 million, and estimated expenditures are $80.3 million. All interested persons are invited to attend in person or to watch the hearing on UPTV. Our live stream the hearing at www.urbana-il.gov/executive-department/page/urbana-public-television. Persons attending the hearing shall have the right to provide written and oral comments and suggestions regarding the proposed annual budget. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Evans,
Here.
Councilmember Hersey,
Here.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Councilmember Wilkin. Here. Councilmember Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, next, we'll move on to public input. You have 5 minutes. If anyone from the public would like to come up and speak, now is your time.
Just as a reminder, we are in the public hearing presently for the budget. So following the adjournment of this public hearing, we will have the regularly scheduled committee of the whole, which is the agenda that has all of the action items. Right now, we are just in a public hearing on the budget.
Okay, no public input. Is there any emails? No emails, okay. And with that, we'll adjourn. Okay, good evening again. It is Monday, June 15th, 2026. The time is now 7:04. And I'd like to call this order the meeting of the Committee of the Whole. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Evans,
Here.
Councilmember Hersey,
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Wilkin. Here. Councilmember Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item of business is the approval of minutes of the previous meeting, which there are none. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. With no additions, we'll move on to presentations and public input. If anyone is interested, you may come up to the microphone and you will have You'll have 3 minutes to speak because we have a lot of people that we want to get up and hear from. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record if you want to be included. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Trask. Wanted to take a couple of moments to show my support for Mayor Deshaun Williams and the city staff, especially City Attorney Matt Roshley, who's been helping us get our ordinance together for reparations. I appreciate the fact that y'all have taken a lead in creating this countywide reparations commission for African Americans. I know you have a full agenda, so I'll be real brief tonight, and plus you heard my presentation already. But I do want to express that reparations for African Americans is an expression of doing justice that's long overdue. When a person just dips their toe in research, you realize how important it is to address the harms done to Black people from the local all the way to the global in the entire diaspora. And once you really do that, you get to the conclusion that, of course, reparations are due now. I serve in several capacities in reparations movement and can say that Urbana has embraced an opportunity to be leaders in showing this country that justice matters. Reparations should not be quote unquote political or polarizing or on the fringe or seen as divisive, but reparations simply entail acknowledging when people have been harmed, apologizing for those harms, and providing restitution to begin the journey of making people more whole. These concepts should not be foreign for anyone that consider themselves human. And while moving forward with being human should be a straightforward task, I do understand that there are those who might prefer harms not to go acknowledged, pain to be ignored, and restitution to not be necessary. Therefore, I do want to go on record, along with my friends and allies here in this space, to say that Mayor Deshaun Williams deserves tremendous credit for being willing to take the lead in ensuring a reparations commission is formed that does the research and investigation of harms done to a group of people only because of their skin color. While we will not be the first to do this, we will be forerunners in this area in this country, and to show that we should be afraid to fight for justice for all. If there's anything to be afraid of, it should be not fighting for justice for all. In the coming months, this community will move forward in taking the steps to deal with all the disparities, the gaps and injustices that Black people have experienced in Champaign County, and how to begin the healing process. We're drawing our model from the city of Evanston, who has already paid out over, the city has already paid out over $8 million in reparations. We also model from the state of Illinois, where Governor Pritzker himself has apportioned a commission for reparations, which I'm a part of as well. And we have many, many other models of reparations around the country, efforts around the country as well. So I'm excited to witness so many people come together for this movement and help change the narrative of reparations being something that's controversial to being something that's common sense. Remember that we're all better off when we take care of each other, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Sharon Irish. I live in Urbana. What Dr. Trask said, I would like to second. I want to express my gratitude to the council and the mayor because we've been working on this issue since about the middle of 2023, formally anyway, to establish and fund a Champaign County Reparations Commission for African Americans. Our short-term goal with this commission is that it bring recommendations for actions on reparations to the governing bodies. And as you know, Urbana on June 9th, 2025, and Champaign County Board on October 23rd, 2025, have already committed funds to this effort, so thank you. We await a decision about support for this commission from the city of Champaign, and we will be present at their city council meetings as well. Also in February of 2026, students at the University of Illinois organized and got on the ballot a referendum in support of local reparations through the University of Illinois. This is a non-binding referendum, but it was approved by 87% of those who voted. We propose that at least 51% of the commission is composed of community members to ensure that the actions authentically represent African American residents of Champaign County. We need a local group of those most impacted by enslavement and its legacies, a commission, in other words, to make decisions about how and what to prioritize in addressing centuries of egregious harms. The commission must have financial and logistical support to meet, oversee research, and then decide how to proceed to implement reparations. We have commitments from Senator Faraci and Representative Ammons to serve ex officio in this commission, on this commission. So reparations is a Big Tent approach to building inclusive, equitable social structures that also acknowledges past and current ways that white supremacy damages so many lives. Creating a culture of repair helps all of us by promoting healing and intervening for justice. We in the coalition really appreciate your current and future support. I'm going to take just a brief moment to also encourage you to approve landmark designation for the Urbana Civic Center. This designation does not preclude repurposing the building because obtaining a variance to alter the building appropriately would not be difficult. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hi, Liz Cardman of Urbana, off topic and counting on 5 minutes, but here I go. 2 weeks ago, I spoke before you in opposition to the Main Street PUD. Last week, an article appeared in the online magazine Smile Politely, which covered this. It grossly misrepresented my statements. People hear what they want, they write what they want. I'm not here to engage in a public tit-for-tat debate. I am here to correct the record. Here's what I said in opposition to the PUD. Point 1, it is not going to promote affordable housing as has been amply demonstrated by Esther Patt and Claudia Lenhoff. They both have decades of experience in the rental market and affordable housing in the CU area. I would defer to their opinions and experience anytime and trust that you will too. Point 2, this PUD, if approved, would have a domino effect in promoting development of higher density, high-cost student housing east of Lincoln. For decades, developers have been trying to build there. If you ignore the N1 zoning of West Main under the new comp plan and permit an R5 to replace an R2, you've basically said that high density can go anywhere in N1. Point 3, I've begged throughout Urbana, between Springfield and University and west of Lincoln Avenue. The area has been overrun with high-density student housing. Few of the original houses remain. This has put pressure on the neighborhoods to the north. This is what can happen to the east of Lincoln. I've noted innumerable times the 100-plus single-family houses and duplexes that have been raised in West Urbana since I've lived here, mostly for high-density student housing. More will follow. I in no way did say anything against affordable housing. Whether it was needed, where it should be permitted, of course it's needed. But I did say that promoting affordable housing and changing zoning are nuanced issues. What works in major metropolitan areas is irrelevant to Urbana. Affordable housing is a complex issue affected by national and international trends. Without subsidies at the local, state, or national level, we're just not going to get it locally. That doesn't mean we shouldn't aim for it, but it does mean we have to recognize the challenges and think beyond a simple Facebook posting. As a victim of misinterpretation, am I mad, mortified, dumbfounded? Mostly, I'm humbled. Where did I go wrong? How did I express my views so inadequately that I was misunderstood? How can we overcome such miscommunication? And going forward, just because I don't support this PUD does not mean I'm against construction of affordable housing in my neighborhood or elsewhere in Urbana. Unfortunately, I'm not asking that you agree with me. I am asking that you understood what I said. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marianne Blackburn. Thank you, Karen. I'm a longtime resident of Champaign, but I frequently come to Urbana. I recently became a member of the IMC. What I wanted to first say was I wanted to thank you for your June 1st historic vote to divest from companies that profit from war, conflict, and genocide. This is the first in the state, and it's a very big deal indeed. I hope that Champaign will follow your lead and other cities across the state. My main reason for giving public comment tonight is to speak in support of Urbana setting up a committee to decide on reparations for the Black community. This is not completely unrelated to the Palestine issue that I am an activist for. One of my favorite authors, Ta-Nehisi Coates, wrote the Atlantic article in 2014, The Case for Reparations, as well as the book The Message, where he ties together the connections between what is happening in Palestine, specifically the West Bank, with discrimination, apartheid, with Jim Crow laws, with discrimination against African Americans in this country. And also I wanted to say that as far as reparations they have been done already in Evanston, Illinois. They're being discussed in California. It's been done in Georgetown University and other places. Reparations have been given to Japanese Americans kept in internment camps during World War II, the Jewish Holocaust survivors from Germany. So this is why I think that families whose ancestors have been enslaved, experienced Jim Crow laws, redlining, and countless acts of racism in this country, it's long overdue that they receive reparations, that we need to do something about the sins of this country. With the 4th of July coming up, I would feel prouder of this nation if we acknowledged the wrongs of the past and the present and did all we could to correct them. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening, Council. I am Angela Urban, an Urbana resident and also the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm also a regular user of CUMTD's buses. I am here, I just want to encourage you all when you get to the item 3 under new business, when it comes to the historic landmark of the Urbanic Civic Center, please be mindful that your vote should not be contingent on any comments or threats or bullying that comes from a developer. Again, I am in strong support of a bus transfer station here in Urbana, and I hope that CUMTD is willing to work with us and get this grant through. But tonight's vote should not be contingent because this vote is on a local landmark which has specific criteria. This Urbana Civic Center holds not only architectural but cultural and civic significance to our community, to all of our community. It was an affordable event location for all Urbana residents, which is really crucial. We don't get to landmark something like that every day. So please, please, when you consider the vote, keep it separate from what is being stated by CUMTD, because that is a separate issue that I hope we can come back to and resolve. But this is specifically on landmark status and nothing else, whether that building meets the criteria of a local landmark, which it does meet 5 of those criteria. Please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Medina and I live in Champaign. And tomorrow I will be speaking in Champaign to encourage them to fund the reparations part because we need to work together with Champaign County, Urbana, and the city of Champaign all working together to do this because this is the right thing to do. But I'm here to speak today about the landmark status of the Civic Center. The Urbana Civic Center should be a landmark and should be reused rather than taken down. I do think that the MTD definitely needs a transit center, and I think they need a space where the vehicles need to be able to turn around. And I just went past there before coming to this meeting, and they already use that area for the buses just to sit and idle while they're not in so that's it's a good location. However, the building's importance to the city and to the community at large is the most important thing, and reuse is very important to the city of Urbana, I think, as well. I think the city of Urbana has neglected the building. they deferred maintenance, and then shut it down. And so I kind of feel like we're guilty. I'm from Champaign, but I still feel really connected to Urbana. So I feel like we're very guilty on this already. And what we really need to do is actually do historic landmark status for it. And we don't need to repair it. What that would do is allow whatever construction does happen to either add on to it, you can build beyond it, you can alter it with permission, but the city of Urbana does not need to repair it before anything else happens to it. I just think that it should not be destroyed. We have a lot of reused buildings here in Urbana, including the Urbana Free Library, which was added on to. It was a historic building built in the early 1900s, and then they needed to make it larger, and when the building next door was crumbling, they took over more space and built it out. And I think that is incredible, great reuse of incredible structures. The IMC, the Independent Media Center, was originally a federal building, and it is now a great community center. And I think we could accommodate both. All right.
Good evening, council. How y'all doing? All right, all right. Some faces I recognize. Mr. Mayor, my name is Aaron Ammons. I am a resident of Urbana. I live at 1108 North Busey, currently represented by Ms. Hersey. I am here tonight to thank you, Mayor, and the council for your support for the Reparations Task Force. It may seem like a no-brainer to some of you and some of us, but there are elected officials who still today don't even want us to study reparations and whether or not African Americans are due reparations. Well, Japan actually attacked the United States through Pearl Harbor, and those who were interned received reparations. The United States had nothing to do with the Jewish Holocaust, but Jewish Israel receives reparations. And maybe the United States may have had something to do with it in some way, but overall, we're paying reparations, continue to pay reparations to Israel. But African Americans built this country. We were enslaved, we were human trafficked. We were illegally trafficked from Africa all through Central, South, and North America, the Caribbean, Europe, and other places. And there's no statute of limitations on human trafficking. We were murdered, raped, robbed of our culture and all manner of things, and built with our blood, sweat, and tears, many of the economic engine of the United States, making it the richest country that's ever existed, all because of cotton and sugar and rice and all the plantations that we were forced to work to build, okay? So I look forward to, I think it was a wise decision and important decision to support the task force. 30,000, almost, but there was a debate between 30,000 and 36,000 ships left Africa to South, Central, North America, and other places with human beings to be forced to work for free in inhumane conditions. Restrictive covenants, you may have heard of that. If you don't know what it is, think of redlining. So this work, this combined work that I'm doing in my office and with the support of scholars at the University of Illinois, we hope that the county and the city of Urbana, and I would imagine that the city of Champaign will join in these efforts as well. Divestment versus investment, extremely important. So I thank you all for the vote that you have taken on that as well. So thank you for this. We appreciate your support, and hopefully I'll see you all soon. Have a good night.
Hello, I'm Stuart Levy. I live in Champaign, but I work in Urbana, and I spend a lot of time here, so I feel like I have a stake. I'm glad to hear that you are inclined to support the work of the Reparations Coalition, but what I'm showing up here to talk about is the status of the historic landmark, the Urbana Civic Center. So I look at the packet, And I see that it looks as though the recommendation is coming with like, well, if you make this be a historic landmark, it comes with a very hefty price tag. And that should be seen as a misleading number because it appears to have been made on the assumption that the building would be restored to what the building used to be. And the plans for reuse of the building don't involve doing that to it. So some work would be needed, most likely, but it may be vastly less than the number that you're seeing in your packet. It is a pretty cool building. I mean, I hope we'd all been in there during the time that it was functional. And I just want to say, I hope you will, I guess the other point is that if you say no to historic landmark status, then probably what the next thing would do is that you would go forward with the plan to demolish the building. There's no coming back from demolition. There is coming back from plans for adaptive reuse. As I imagine that you've seen, there have been plans for how indeed it could be reused in a creative way, and I hope you will vote yes for historic preservation and leave open the path for that. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jessica Yassine. I am a resident of Urbana, and gosh, I am really proud to be a resident of Urbana. You guys are doing an amazing job being progressive. First, with making us the first city in Illinois to divest from genocide and war. And now with the work that we're putting in for reparations. I'm also speaking on behalf of CU Muslim Action Committee. All of us as an organization, we back what you're doing, and I'm here today to let you know that we're backing that. And we are so grateful to every single one of you for the work that you're putting in. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Hayes. I'm the Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I sent a longish letter to all of you last Friday night, so I just wanted to follow up with a few remarks, having done a lot of sitting and thinking like you have on this about the Urbanic Civic Center. I haven't heard anybody from MTD say that adaptive reuse would make the Water Street site unusable. Instead, I was with you when I gave a presentation with Kate Holliday, and MTD's External Affairs Director, Ashley McLaughlin, remarked that, and I'm quoting, adaptive reuse is a very wide range, and so we are very open to talking about adaptive reuse. MTD would need more time to evaluate the parameters before submitting applications for federal funding. They've made that point very clearly, and that's completely appropriate, completely reasonable. I also haven't heard anyone on the Historic Preservation Commission say that a transit center on the Water Street site would jeopardize historic significance of the Civic Center. In fact, the Historic Preservation Commission fully supports a transit center, and we believe that the Water Street site is totally workable through adaptive reuse, including an adaptive reuse component. In other words, landmark status is not a stumbling block here. This is a win-win situation. MTD will need more time for analysis, but really not that much more. If the City Council needs more time to understand the situation before voting, I really encourage you to take that time. Collaboration through adaptive reuse is a win for all of us. It's in keeping with our shared interests in civic culture, sustainability, and progressive development. And as I noted in my letter, it would also save the city an estimated $500,000 in demolition costs. That's a lot of money. So given all of those points, I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of landmark designation. Thanks.
My name is Jim Young, and I'm a member of the Champaign-Urbana Reparations Coalition, and I'm speaking in favor of the establishment of a restoration commission for African Americans. And I just want to add a couple of things. Specific acts of reparations can include housing assistance for rent or home ownership, educational investments for African American children, and support for healthcare organizations. And also that the Champaign-Urbana Reparations Coalition is ready to assist the Promotes Commission in identifying members to serve on it, to promote historical research, sharing examples of reparation initiatives from around the country, and assisting with public events. And so I am thankful that the City of Urbana is already on this path and that you will become part of this new Commission for African Americans. Thank you.
Honorable Council members and Mayor, my name is Annie Adams and I serve as the chair of the Urbana Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I care deeply about our city's future and well-being of its residents. I urge you to vote no on the proposed historical designation for the current Civic Center. My central concern is simple. Protecting this building now will do more harm than good for our community. Champaign County is growing, and that growth brings new challenges. One of the most pressing needs is efficient, accessible, modern public transportation. The proposed bus transit center at the current Civic Center site directly addresses that need, reduces congestion, lowers our carbon footprint, and connects people to jobs, education, and healthcare. The City of Champaign has a great transit center in their downtown that I often use. Modern transit stations serve bus riders, cyclists, bus and car share companies, intercity buses, trains, car parking, and they are ADA accessible in all features and functionality. Because buses are heavy, they cause significant wear and tear at bus stops, so transit agencies must build heavy-duty, reinforced concrete bus pads in areas where buses frequent. For over 20 years, the City of Urbana has tried to locate a bus transfer center in downtown Urbana. The current collaboration between the city and the Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District for the use of the parcel at 108 East Water Street moves us closer than ever to the goal. We currently have no other feasible downtown site. As the city's transit service and needs grew, the city found a way to accommodate up to 10 idling buses at the same time outside the city's parking deck, which is next to the Champaign County Courthouse, behind Lincoln Square Mall, and the Royer Hotel. A porta potty was added in the parking deck to serve as a bathroom for bus riders and operators. This workaround means people wait outside in all manner of weather, hot, cold, wet, dry, using a toilet that only marathon runners and construction workers find acceptable. The CUMTD, recently named one of the top 2 transit systems in the nation, has made it clear that if the Civic Center receives historical designation, it will not apply for the federal grant, and the project will not be built in Urbana. The historic designation comes as the CUMTD wants to apply for a $25.6 million federal grant with a $6.4 million local match for a total of at least $32 million. In addition, they have just completed a 2-year, $133,000 environmental review and a nearly $31,000 demolition mitigation plan required by the State Historical Preservation Office. The plan ensures the Civic Center will be memorialized in photos, blueprints, written history, physical description of the structures, Abraham Lincoln Library, Champaign Historical Archives, Urbana Free Library, 25 seconds. What will serve our community more, the preservation of a building or the creation of a facility that will serve thousands of residents daily? We have a rare opportunity to make a meaningful impact. Let's prioritize the transit center, sustainability and accessibility. Let's choose a future where our city is connected and prepared for the challenges ahead. Please vote no on the historical designation and allow the transit center that our city needs to move forward. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Derek Williams. I'm a PhD student here at the University of Illinois studying American architectural history and historic preservation. I'm asking the council today to further consider their designation of the Urbana Civic Center as a historic landmark. In my personal opinion, unlike the person before, there's no need to demolish this building entirely when the structure itself could be reincorporated through adaptive reuse solutions. I'm a regular user of the Champaign-Urbana MTD buses. I think they're great. I'm originally from South Carolina and Texas, so this kind of bus system is entirely new to me and how well it is. I recognize that there is a need for updated infrastructure, and it's important and it's necessary. However, I don't think that need is demolishing a building entirely. I do believe that the Civic Center itself could go through an adaptive reuse solution. I believe some have been proposed. I believe others, there are other solutions that have yet to be considered. However, like as many have stated before me, I do hope the council can give a thorough review and reconsideration to this historic landmark designation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Madison Bowman. I sent an email, unsure if I was able to meet tonight, so I'm saying it now. As stated, I'm Madison Bowman, and I have been living in Urbana for a little over 3 years now. In terms of Urbana-Champaign mesh, I chose Urbana for its community-centered efforts and overall vibes. Unfortunately, Urbana does not get many chances to distinguish itself in terms of landmarks. So when given a chance, it's seen as an obstacle rather than an opportunity. People are questioning what's left of the Civic Center rather than what it can do for the city of Urbana. I was lucky enough to attend the in-person open meeting for the Preservation Society, and it felt all the information and actions were laid out justly. I too agree there is a very big need for this transit center, but I also do not see how the transit center absolutely cannot work within the landmarking of Urbana Civic Center. It is demonstrated in multiple school products through UIUC that the turning radius that MTT requires is possible. Landmarking in Urbana is not as restrictive as it seems. Instead, it grants an opportunity for repair and adaptation. The Historical Society even agreed to compromises like the removal of the kitchen annex to account for other possibilities. Also, the Urbana Civic Center hosted many cultural events like early anti-rape activist meetings, open discussions with various religion leaders around Urbana. It is not just an architectural oddity, but a chance for Urbana urban renewal. I am not saying adapting or landmark in the Civic Center is an easy solution. I've worked in forensic architecture and engineering. It can be a little bit difficult. But demolishing it represents a loss of education, cultural, and civic value. I support the landmark designation of the Urbana Civic Center, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Members of council, my name is Dennis Roberts. I am on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I actually sent you a letter this afternoon, which I hope you read. I wasn't really thinking that I would step forward, but two things. Having heard the kind of angry and sort of spiteful commentary by one of the members of the community, and then listening to really the surprisingly vast and rather diverse number of people who've come here actually speaking for historic preservation, kind of a new thing in this community, kind of rather amazing to hear here in the City Council building, that I thought I would just say that I also support the reuse, the adaptive reuse, and the nomination for historic landmarking of the Urbana Civic Center. The building doesn't have to be remodeled to become another public utility for public meetings. It doesn't need to have, the kitchen to be remodeled. Anybody who's going to purpose the building, even if it's going to be a vestibule for a new transit center, which certainly would be appropriate reuse for that, would be updating the utilities, the bathrooms, and the electrical systems. These are not issues that were so much the topic of the conversation as we made our journey through the Civic Center when we were doing tours. So many of the aspects of the negative aspects about the Civic Center are it's going to be really hard to use because the curtains are old, the bathroom needs updating, the electrical system is no longer good. When you look at the outside of the building, and really the structure of the building inside, it's really in very good shape in many ways. And anybody who wants to think about it in a creative way will come up with a solution about how to incorporate it into a new project. And the MTD is a smart bunch of people. They can make that decision and they can come up with a new plan. Currently, they don't show any kind of plan or site development to the public. And we have no idea what they're going to be doing. But I know that they have the resources and the wherewithal to make adaptive reuse part of the situation. And I think that if they say, oh, geez, we're kind of in a tissy fit, we're not going to come and we're not going to build a bus terminal in Urbana. I think in about a year they'll be coming around and talking about some other property which they would like to put a bus facility in because it's a need. The community has that need, and I think they're going to find a way of fulfilling it. So don't be bamboozled by the words that they're using today. Tomorrow, it'll be a different story.
Okay, thank you for everyone who came up and spoke. Next, we will move towards presentations for the oh, sorry. Emails. Councilmember Wu, please, you first.
All right, I have two. We've passed them all around here. So I urge you to vote no on HP 2026-L01, a request to designate the Urbana Civic Center at 108 East Water Street as a historic landmark. Over the past 20 years, there have been several community attempts to locate a bus transfer center in downtown Urbana. The current collaboration between the City of Urbana and CU Mass Transit District for the use of the parcel at 108 East Water Street gets us closer than we've ever been to achieving that goal. Landmarking the Civic Center will effectively end the current effort and send the process back to square one. This process has included a 2-year multi-stage National Environment Policy Act, NEPA, review and is required for a federal grant. 1, landmarking the Civic Center will effectively block the MTD from building a transit center at the location. According to MTD, it is not possible to reuse the Civic Center facility as part of a new transfer center due to requirements for vehicle circulation and safe access for transit riders. 2, there are no other feasible sites available downtown. Over the past 20 years, multiple sites for a transfer center have been considered, including one at Lincoln Square. Another site was on Main Street as part of a much larger government complex for the county jail block. Those concepts and several others didn't advance. After the city made the difficult decision to close the Civic Center in 2018 due to the deterioration of the building and prohibitive cost of repairs, the city, MTD, and potential community partners began to evaluate that site. 3, landmarking the Civic Center represents a lost opportunity to provide, at long last, a clean, safe, and comfortable facility to serve thousands of transit customers and drivers. Currently, the city parking deck at Broadway and Elm serves as the default downtown bus transfer point. Families, students, senior citizens, persons with mobility issues, and everyone else who has to transfer buses waits outside when it's 100 degrees or 0 degrees, and when it's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. The only nearby public restrooms in Lincoln Square. Sometimes people utilize the porta potty in the parking deck, but not always. 4, the landmark of the Civic Center represents a lost opportunity to reduce the bus congestion surrounding the parking deck and courthouse. It represents a lost opportunity to provide a permanent and convenient location for Urbana School District administration, staff, and parents. It represents a lost opportunity to meet the transportation needs of residents, businesses, and government offices. 5, landmarking the Civic Center facility represents a loss of a downtown construction investment of at least $32 million. $25.6 million in federal grant funds and $6.4 million in local match. In addition, it represents a loss of $133,400 that MTD has paid to consultants to complete the required NEPA review for the project, as well as $30,632 for the demolition mitigation plan required by the State Historic Preservation Office. The consultant fees were paid for by MTD's local capital reserve funds. 6, the demolition mitigation plan ensures that the Civic Center will memorialize in photos, blueprints, written history, and the physical description of the structure. These will be archived at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library in Springfield and in the Champaign County Historical Archives at the Urbana Free Library. I urge you, Diane Marlin, Ward 7.
Thank you. Is there any more emails? Councilmember Evans.
Dear Mayor Williams and members of the City Council, on behalf of Landmarks Illinois, the statewide historic preservation nonprofit, I write in strong support of the proposed local landmark designation of the Urbana Civic Center and urge the City Council to affirm the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission. The Historic Preservation Commission carefully reviewed the nomination and found that the Civic Center meets 5 criteria for local landmark designation. We believe that recommendation is well-founded, deserves the council's support. Supporting local landmark designation and prioritizing protection of the building will ensure that there is not an irreversible loss of community heritage. The Urbana Civic Center is a very distinctive example of mid-century modern civic architecture in Illinois. Its pyramidal roof forms, strong modernist design, and prominent presence in downtown Urbana have made it an established and familiar structure for more than 50 years. The Civic Center's significance has been recognized through the determination by the Illinois State Historic Preservation Office and the Federal Transit Administration that the building is eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. That finding reflects recognition of the building's architectural importance and, more importantly, its role in the civic, cultural, and social life of Urbana. Historic preservation is effectively a local planning and community development tool. In communities across Illinois, preservation efforts have helped stabilize neighborhoods, encourage reinvestment through adaptive reuse, retain naturally occurring affordable housing, and reduce unnecessary demolition of iconic components of the built environment. Preservation policies work in tandem with community and economic development goals, particularly when communities focus on retaining and adapting existing buildings rather than relying solely on demolition and new construction. Further, landmark designation would not be a rejection of future investment, redevelopment, or improved public transportation infrastructure. Historic preservation and adaptive reuse are not opposing goals. Across Illinois and throughout the country, some of the most successful and celebrated development projects are those that preserve significant historic resources while adapting them to contemporary needs. The Civic Center presents an opportunity. Recent design studies demonstrated that adaptive reuse is a feasible, worthy of serious consideration. Brett, and I'll put the rest in the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Hershey?
The memo I have is from Carl Ganat, Managing Director, CEO of MTD. Introduction. This memo is provided to clarify the Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District's MTD position on the proposed downtown Urbana transfer facility and its relationship to the Civic Center property at 108 East Water Street. While the district has worked in partnership with the city of Urbana for more than 15 years to find a viable downtown transfer location, decisions regarding the Civic Center property directly affect MTD's ability to advance this project at 108 East Water Street. No matter what is decided regarding landmark status, MTD will continue to provide a high level of service to all transit riders in the entire district, and we remain committed to improving transit access in downtown Urbana. B, project overview. The proposed project is intended to, 1, construct a new centrally located transit transfer facility in downtown Champaign. 2, improve passenger accessibility, safety, and amenities. 3, support opportunities for co-location with other local government stakeholders, Urbana School District 116. 4, serve as a long-term infrastructure investment for MTD in downtown Urbana. The estimated cost of the project is $32 million, based on construction costs for similar facilities of this size and function, with up to 80% eligible for federal funding. More information and discussion can be found in the MTD Board of Trustees meeting materials from May 27th, 2026. C, status of federal grant applications. In January 2026, MTD staff started a grant application for project funding in response to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Better Utilizing Investments to Leverage Development Build grant program. MTD did not submit the application due to the Historic Preservation Commission's emerging interest in the Civic Center and its potential for historic landmark designation. MTD will not pursue funding for projects that depend on conditions outside its control that may prevent implementation. Applying for and receiving federal funds without the ability to implement a project. 1, creates compliance and oversight risk under federal grant programs. 2, affects how the district is evaluated in future federal reviews. And 3, undermines the credibility of the agency as a grant recipient. MTD is currently prepared to pursue Federal Transit Administration, FTA buses, and bus facilities grant program funding to construct a downtown transfer facility at the Civic Center site. This funding is very competitive and not guaranteed. Based on recent funding cycles, the FTA typically releases its, and there are 2 more pages of this, and we will put this in the minutes.
Thank you. Councilmember Grace.
Thanks. This one's from Anna Ho. Good evening. My name is Anna Ho. I'm a resident of Ward 2. Please read my comments into the record if time allows. I'm writing in opposition to the proposed historic landmark designation of the former Civic Center. I've lived in Urbana for most of my life and appreciate the role the Civic Center served in our community for many years. It provided an affordable space for celebrations, meetings, and events, and I value the memories people have of the building. We need places that foster community connection, and fortunately, Urbana still has several venues that serve that purpose. While I believe in the mission the Civic Center once fulfilled, I also understand the practical realities that led to its closure after years of deterioration and costly maintenance needs. I believe the best way to honor the former Civic Center is to put that site to work serving the public good of today. Landmarking the building would effectively prevent the construction of a downtown transit center at the site that has been identified after many unsuccessful attempts to find a suitable location. As a regular bus rider living in downtown Urbana, I frequently use the current MTD transfer point next to the courthouse. Despite starting, transferring, and ending many trips there, I find it challenging to navigate. Riders are left waiting outdoors in inclement weather with limited access to restrooms or shelter. People who depend on transit deserve a facility that provides dignity, safety, comfort, and protection from the elements. The current transfer location also creates challenges for pedestrians. An indoor center would improve accessibility, provide a cleaner and more welcoming environment, helping people reliably get to work, school appointments, and other destinations. The history of the Civic Center can be preserved without preventing a project that addresses critical transportation needs for current and future residents. Thank you for your consideration and your work serving the community. Next one, you got a timer? Was that just under 3? Oh, cool. Next one from Catherine Holliday. Thank you to Mayor Williams and the City Council for your consideration of the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC's recommendation to designate the Urbana Civic Center as a local landmark. I'm sorry to not be able to attend the June 15th meeting. I'm submitting my comments and 2 additional documents here that I hope will all be read aloud. I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Commission and have taught historic preservation and architectural history in Texas and Illinois for 19 years. In my previous comments to the on the Urbana Civic Center to HPC, I have advocated strongly for including experts in preservation and adaptive reuse in assessments of the building's condition and potential for reuse. In keeping with those comments, I wanted to be sure that the comments of the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer were part of the public record. Attached are 2 letters, one dated February 6, 2025, and the other dated July 16, 2025, indicating that both the FTA and the Illinois State Historic Preservation Officer agree that the Urbana Civic Center is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places for the excellence of its design and its importance to the community and social history. The City of Urbana is fortunate to have such an outstanding cultural resource, and it provides an excellent opportunity for reuse as part of a transit center. There are many architects who would relish the opportunity to work to renew this flexible building that remains in excellent condition. To knowingly demolish rare and special cultural assets is a tragic loss for any community. The city owns this building and site and has the right to set the terms of redevelopment. The city can absolutely require that subsequent to the findings of eligibility in the NEPA/Section 106 review, it would like to ensure that MTA pursues a creative, adaptive reuse of the Civic Center in its plans. In fact, this distinctive, sustainable approach is far more likely to win grant funding. It would also be eligible for other forms of funding through grants for historic preservation. Part of the purpose of NEPA/Section 106 review is to find cultural assets and determine what impact their discovery has on proposed development. In this case, community supporters and the Historic Preservation Commission concur that the building is an irreplaceable asset to the community and ask that it become an official city landmark incorporated into future plans for the site. It is a false dichotomy that demolition is necessary for progress. Other communities have successfully pursued such projects, and Urbana can too. Thank you for your consideration, Catherine Holliday. And we're gonna say one that came in later?
I still have one on the paper.
Okay, then there was also another one that's probably not printed.
We'll come back to you, is that okay?
Yeah.
Councilmember Wu, please go ahead.
All right. Please read my comments aloud at the public record at tonight's meeting. I'm ready to urge the City Council to vote against landmarking the Urbana Civic Center. As a daily CU MTD writer, I support and benefit from the development of a downtown transit center. The Civic Center site has been identified by MTD as the most viable location after several years of study and coordination with the city. This is not a speculative proposal. It is the result of deliberate, long-term planning of process, which the city is an active contributor in. MTD has stated in a recent board meeting that landmark designation would likely prevent the project from moving forward at this site. A vote to landmark the Civic Center is, in effect, a vote against establishing a modern transit hub in downtown Urbana. The consequences of that decision are significant. Transit riders would permanently lose the opportunity for a centralized facility with improved safety, accessibility, and amenities, conditions that are urgently needed today. Downtown Urbana would miss out on the economic activity associated with increased foot traffic, as well as the stabilizing effect of sustained public and private investment that CUMTD brings to their projects. The city of Urbana, as the property owner, would retain a building that has already been identified as requiring several $1 million in remediation to support any viable public use, with no clear or funded path for its future aside from demolition. The broader community would lose the opportunity to make productive use of a highly visible and strategically located downtown site. Historic preservation is an important value, but it must be applied consistently and proactively. That is not the case today. The push to landmark the Civic Center has emerged only after redevelopment plans gained traction, despite the building having been slated for demolition since 2019 and having reached landmark eligibility without prior action from the Historic Preservation Commission. This sequence raises legitimate concerns about whether landmarking is being used as a reactive tool to stop equitable development rather than as a part of a long-standing preservation strategy. If City Council chooses to landmark the building, it should do so with a clear and transparent commitment to fully fund necessary remediation and ongoing maintenance, establish a defined and sustainable public use, demonstrate how this design aligns with the city's broader goals for downtown development and infrastructure investment. Absent such a plan, landmarking the Civic Center would preserve a liability rather than protect a functional community asset. Rejecting landmark designation would allow the city to continue its partnership with CUMTD and move forward with a project that directly addresses documented transit needs, supports downtown revitalization, and reflects years of coordinating planning that the city staff has delicately built. I urge City Council to prioritize the practical, long-term needs of Urbana residents and vote against landmarking the Civic Center. Thank you for your time and service. D. Garnett.
Go ahead, Grace. Thank you.
From G. Brewster hasn't been read yet. Okay. Dear City Council, I oppose any and all plans to designate the Urbana Civic Center as a historic landmark. It's a broken down building that have a great life. I support the proposed MTD transfer station that would help many people to be able to access safe transportation without having to wait in the snow, rain, cold, and deadly heat. The Civic Center is a disaster with over $1 million in deferred maintenance. Please don't preserve a building for the ghost among us. Let the Civic Center live on in our collective memories and history. G. Brewster.
All right, I have one. Dear Urbana City Council, I am writing to support the preservation and local landmarking of the former Urbana Civic Center, which is an ideal candidate for repurposing due to its relatively young age and flexible floor plan. As the work of Smith, Seton, Olak, it has a local and regional significance and shows the important design influence of architect A. Richard Williams and other national figures. Further, Its architectural style is trending and will likely remain fashionable for many years to come as young architects continue looking to mid-century modernism for inspiration and to California expressions of it especially, which the building evokes. My understanding is that many local marriages, ceremonies, and parties were held in this building and that there is great public support for its preservation and adaptive reuse. To help ensure that happens sensitively, local land marketing is a very important first step. I have participated in the Champaign-Urbana Mid-Century Modern Tour for the last 2 years, and I am a 1987 graduate of the U of I. As executive director of the world-famous Edith Farnsworth House located southwest of Chicago, I am delighted that so many communities across the country are preserving and celebrating their mid-20th century architecture. And it has become a source of civic pride and community promotion. The former Urbana Civic Center is an architectural gem worthy of landmarking. Sincerely, Scott McAfee. Is there any other emails? Okay, seeing none, we will now move towards the presentations of our Ward 5 council seat vacancy applicants.
All right, at this time, I will ask that we have Stephanie Cockrell, Stephen Bateman, Meadow Jones, and Sophia Score all come up to the front. Looks like we need one more seat, but yeah, give me 1 second. Oh, look at that. Administrator White to the rescue. Yep. Thank you all for your patience. We appreciate you being here tonight. Good to see you all again. Yes, we're excited to have you all. Welcome. You got to experience a good portion of what you'll experience potentially with public input and the start of a committee of the whole meeting. So thank you all again for being here. So what we're going to do, we will have you all individually, obviously introduce yourselves. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll ask a few questions. You'll each have a moment to answer, and we'll take it from there. So I don't know which, I'll start with Dr. Stephanie.
Okay, and also just as a housekeeping measure, please, there are 2 microphones on that table. Please pull them as close as you possibly can to you. You will hit the button and a green light will turn on, and that's how you know it is on. You have to be closer to it than you think for it to pick up.
There we go. So I am Dr. Stephanie. I am the executive director of the Well Experience here in Urbana, Illinois, and I am a 17-year Urbana community member.
Are we supposed to be presenting our vision as well, or?
You can give an introduction, just your name, and if you want to expound on something, okay. you have 2 minutes to make it happen, all right?
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sophia Winkler-Shore. I have lived in Urbana most recently for 2 years, but have been connected to the community for about 9 years. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to represent Ward 5 to support both economic revitalization in the Sunnycrest Mall Philo Corridor area, as well as supporting livable Urbana and expanding opportunities for accessible housing, local businesses, and general revitalization across the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Meadow Jones. Thank you so much for having us tonight. It's really a pleasure to be here with these other folks, and what a delight to see the participation from the community. I'm really honored to occupy this moment in the unfortunate loss of our city council member, Chandra Bishop, and I'm so glad that we're here able to possibly one of us will fill her place. I have lived in Champaign-Urbana, I think since 1997. I moved here to be part of an artist activist collective that really focused on social design, and I never left because I loved Urbana and I wanted to make my life here. I wanted to make the world here. And I'm glad that people keep doing it. So thanks for having us tonight.
Hello, my name is Stephen Bateman. I was born in this area, grew up in the southern Illinois by Carbondale area, have been back in Champaign-Urbana for about 7.5 years. Next month, my wife and I will have been residents of Urbana, Ward 5, for 5 years. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present ourselves.
Awesome, thank you. All right, Stephen, we'll start with you. So the first question that we will ask, what are 2 concerns you have for your ward and why?
So the 2 biggest concerns, I think, would be not just for the ward, but for Urbana as a whole. We just talked about in the interview process, but gun violence as a whole in the community, and then affordability, economics. You know, like we talked about, it does seem to be worse in the Champaign area for the gun violence, but that, you know, Urbana gets lumped in, and that is the biggest, you know, issue with our youth at this time, it seems like. And then affordability, just because, you know, it starts at the national level, works its way down into the local level for the economy, prices are going up, tax time's coming out, so, you know, property taxes have gone out. The city is a living organism, their prices are going up, which means that the residents' prices for the city are going up. And I think that what the city can do to help people in both of those regards is definitely at the forefront, because, you know, gun violence has been with us for quite a long time, and the economy, you know, it does take a while to improve. So I think what the city can do to help its citizens is definitely warranted.
Meadow?
I have to press a button. Okay, I've got it covered. The things that come to mind are issues around housing and accessibility, housing specifically as making sure that people have access to safe housing, reliable housing, and home ownership. So I'm also concerned with issues of disability and access in our community, and working with the youth in our community and making sure that we're capitalizing on the youth that we have here. And much of that gets tied into the economic development of the community, the livability of this community, and participation. But I would say housing and access are my biggest concerns at this time.
Thank you. All right, Sophia.
Yeah, thank you. So the 2 issues that I think are most important to me in Urbana as well as Ward 5 as a whole are, as my other colleagues have mentioned, housing, accessibility, and then generally livability of the city of Urbana and Ward 5 specifically. I think access to resources, services, and community spaces are really important to support community, collectiveness, and overall livability within a community, and that means access for people from small children all the way to elderly people. So I would like to see Urbana focus on addressing the need to support local businesses and local community resources to then increase opportunities for affordable housing across Urbana. One example I have of that is thinking about novel ways to generate money, potentially to support housing accessibility programs, such as including opportunities for vacancy taxes for landlords that aren't actually maintaining their properties, and ensure that these properties are maintained so that they stay affordable housing and they're not just torn down or abandoned. And I think this would generally support Ward 5 in particular, that experiences a lot of blight, and with that homeownership that's not being utilized for affordable housing, that then results in not enough constituents to support the businesses in the Sunnycrest business area, for example. So I would say, just to reemphasize, livability and accessible housing are my 2 major areas.
So, thank you. Is it still on? Okay. So I would definitely say some of the most important are neighborhood investment, public safety, housing stability, you said too, economic development. So Ward 5 is connected to, as everyone has said, it's connected to the Philo Road area, and the business closures, the vacant properties. it has affected the quality of life in that area. Youth investment is very important and very valuable to me. We have a lot of young people that we come in contact with every day who don't have much to do. And when we talk about crime, when we talk about things going on in our community, we can't talk about those things without considering the well-being of youth and families, because the two don't exist singly. They exist as a complete. And so we have to make sure that as we consider those things, revitalization should not only be about filling buildings, it should be about safety. It should be about well-being. It should be about doing everything we can to make life and opportunities better for families, which will in turn change a lot of the things we are dealing with in our ward and in our larger city. So.
All right, thank you. All right. The next question, how would you balance advocating for your ward while making decisions that affect the entire city? And we'll go in reverse. Dr. Stephanie.
So personally, I believe that when we talk about advocating for our ward, when you're advocating for your ward, you're considering the whole city, for one. Okay, and especially when we think about some of the things that are happening in Ward 5 right now. Making one ward better is in turn going to also help make the entire city better. So my hope is that as individual wards that we consider the whole city as a whole. We may represent one ward, but the truth is we are a whole. And if we enter into this space assuming that we are only representing that one space, we miss the bigger picture. And that's why, you know, I appreciate when people do come to public comment talking about what's going on in their city, not just concerned about their own little small community. When we do that, we take on what I call myopia. And that myopic view affects our ability to support others because we can only see like inside of our little home, our little kids. I'm going to quote my grandmother, who's the most amazing woman in the world. My grandmother used to tell us what we can't do is get all we can all we get, and sit on the can. And so if we do that within our ward and we're only thinking about what's happening in that one space, we miss out on how we can support the community as a whole. So in my opinion, if I work hard to fix that ward and hear what's going on and sit with my fellow ward members and the council and the mayor and the community and hear what's going on, I should be concerned about that as a whole. So working within the small, but also being concerned about the large, because our decisions we make don't just affect us, they affect everyone in Urbana.
Thank you. Sophia.
Yeah, that was a really great answer, and I echo a lot that you said, Stephanie. What I think as a council representative for Ward 5 I would focus on is listening and learning what the ward specifically wants and is interested in so that I can best serve as a champion for their interests and needs. And what that means as a council representative is understanding the local while considering the broader city needs. So coming together with the council to discuss and understand the different needs and perspectives of the different wards to make sure that we're simultaneously improving and working together as a city, but still thinking about the individual needs of the wards, because these wards have different characteristics, different needs overall, and as a council person, I think it's really my role to make sure that I'm listening and hearing the needs of that ward. And they might not necessarily align with the city as a whole, but it's important then, as the representative, to think that bigger picture perspective and see the long-term and short-term how I can simultaneously try to address these needs of the ward while thinking about the bigger picture for the city of Urbana.
Thank you. All right, Meadow.
As my well-spoken colleagues have said, thinking about the whole matters. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do. When I think about my experiences in having to collaborate and negotiate, even at times with organizations that might have contentious moments where we feel that there aren't enough resources to go around, what I have experience with is great trust in my colleagues. I recognize that each person in their representation of their ward as representing their constituents, making part of the collective whole, and that I would be doing the same thing, and that overall we would be addressing the concerns of Urbana as a whole while representing each of these things. And when I think about what I listened to tonight, the passionate engagement of the folks that I live in this town with, all the folks that came up, none of them spoke about a particular ward concern. They spoke about Urbana with love, with passion, with they mean it. We mean it. We are making this town. And so those are the things to consider. What we do well for each other, for ourselves, we do well for all of us. So I had to learn what my ward was. I'm embarrassed to say I actually thought it was drawn out differently. I was reassured during my interview that it was recently redrawn, and that might have been what was happening, but I just assumed Philo Road was in our ward, partially because I live right there, so my attention is on it at this time. All of our attention is. So my attention is to where can we do the best work? Where can we do that? What should be shared? How could it be renegotiated? And how do I collaborate well with my colleagues? That's what I would focus on.
Thank you. All right, Stephen.
So Urbana as a city is definitely too small to survive if you're going to have a bunch of in-ward fighting. So you do have to listen to your constituents because that's obviously what your job is here. But at the end of the day, you also have to do what's best for the city as a whole. Because if your city's not growing and evolving, then it is dying. And there's too many people here in this area who rely on this city for its livelihood to allow that to happen. So while your ward may want X and the city may want Z, how you balance it is find a compromise. Figure out, okay, how can we get where maybe we both don't get exactly what we want, but it works out to where everyone can grow as a whole and everyone gets a piece of the pie and can be supported in that way, because politics is a lot about compromise, and when you have as many people as you do here with a stake, no one's going to get everything they want, so you have to be willing to compromise and know by talking to your people what is the most important thing that you want, what can you do without, and that's how you have to balance it.
All right, thank you. All right, for the final question, I'm not even going to look at you because I'm about to mix it up as far as who goes first, all right? What are your thoughts on policing in Urbana today, including strengths and areas for improvement? And we will start with Meadow.
So I've had a lot of direct experience with the police in this community. A lot of my work has to do with dealing with community building, trauma as a consequence of structural violence, caregiving, and mental health crises. So specifically my professional work and my research has to do with trauma as a consequence of social violence. So that means I'm actively engaged. My experience with the police is that they are trying really hard in this community. And there are motions that we're working on right now as a city that I think might help them, having an alternative policing response, for instance. Many of the responses many of the things that we ask the police to respond to are not criminal concerns, they're care concerns. They have to respond to mental health crises, the fact that we are under-resourced in this area for the community that we have. They're asked to respond to things that just are not criminal concerns. So the police, if by offering other structural supports and reducing the police load, that would be a good direction. There's also a historical problem of, I would say that folks talk about the problems of policing, right? And we've heard them. My direct experience has been the police have been kind and knowledgeable in a crisis. And I want them to feel safe when they come out. I want everyone to feel safe. And so the answer to that is to make sure that we have the sort of social infrastructural supports that we need so that we rely less on the police for our social infrastructure. And that's what I would be focused on.
Thank you. Sophia.
Yeah, I think Meadow said a lot of great content that I really agree with. I think it's great to see that Urbana is working on alternative responses to ensure that people that are trained to handle situations outside of immediate policing needs are available to address community needs. I think what's really important to consider is the metrics we're using to evaluate impact of police and community engagement teams to ensure that our investments are actually achieving the stated goals. So through, for example, adding 3 police officers, we need to think about what metrics we want to see in the next 5 to 10 years and look at if that investment has actually panned out or if we need to be considering investing additional money in the community engagement team, which, for example, should have the same strict metrics of how we're trying to look at how that can support our overall goals of safety in the community. And I think it's also really important to consider the experiences of the communities that are being policed. While public safety and violence prevention is really important to everybody in the community, I think it's also important to recognize and consider that policing is often experienced as a form of violence. And so we want to make sure that we're balancing the needs of the people being policed and the violence in general in the community and think about how we can really identify the most effective opportunities to do that. And I think that goes through monitoring and evaluation of where we're investing our funds.
Okay, thank you. Stephen.
Yes, I think the overall the policing has definitely improved and done well. I think our chief has a vision of where he wants the department to be and is doing the best he can to get it there with the resources available to him. There is definitely a national, stigma in view of police officers. So I think continued transparency and continued engagement, community engagement, to get that idea out, to get what the police officers are, and to get a positive vision of them is definitely warranted. Also, the alternative policing, because as has been stated before, it is unfair for both officers and the individuals having the crises to expect everyday police officers to respond to individuals having various mental health crises, the issues that they aren't necessarily true police matters, and expect them to be able to handle that in a safe, positive manner. So the continuing with the alternative force that is trained for those is definitely a positive to help individuals to help create and continue to have positive outcomes with those experiences, and to continue to grow Urbana as a positive with the policing force where community and officers work together versus as against each other.
All right, thank you. Dr. Stephanie.
Okay, so I want to be very clear that I am completely against unjust policing. I am completely against systems of policing that produce disparities and that continue to create systemic issues that impact families in our community and in the world. I am all about policing, that I'm all about systems of accountability, understanding a system of community connection, and a system that takes the police off of a hierarchy and puts us together, working together to create a system that works equitably. I am all for a system that understands that the impact of trauma in families that increases violence. I'm all for a system that teaches us and shows that family well-being and connection to resources and services and opportunities reduces crime. I'm all for a system that shows us that when we work together to, when the police are working with us and we're in a community where we are operating together, that we can build something sustainable that actually helps and serves families. When we have a system that is, for too long in several communities, it has existed as above, it is time for us to bring it together and create a system that does not leave so many people out. So first of all, I'm for equity, And if policing is not equity, and I'm for something that changes the way we've always done it, because the way we've always done it has left a lot of people harmed. And so I'm for change.
All right, I'm sorry, I had to wait till the buzzer was finished. I want to say to all four of you, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to, spend some time with myself and Administrator White, and then taking another Monday night out to be here with us all. So the next steps, obviously, we'll go and deliberate, on this later tonight in closed session and have a conversation about you all. And I will be in touch with each and every one of you tomorrow, one way or the other. But I want to say thank you. I appreciate you all's heart to want to serve this community. I appreciate the work that you are doing already, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work alongside of all of you as well. So thank you all again, and have a great night. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, yo.
Thank you again for all those applicants. I'm glad I'm not living in Ward 5 because I might not be up here anymore. Moving on, are there any staff reports? No staff reports. Okay. Before we move to new business, I'm going to
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Just want to take the opportunity to invite as well as remind anybody that is interested. Tomorrow, the city of Urbana will be hosting its Juneteenth celebration at 11 o'clock here in the chambers. We will also have a food truck event on the corner right here on Illinois Street from 11 to 2.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Before we go to new business, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess.
So
All in
moved.
favor? So moved. Second.
Second.
All right, so moved by Member Wu and seconded by Member Hersey. Thank you.
We need a vote.
Sorry. Can we vote on it, please?
Yeah, we can do a voice vote.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay. All right, the ayes have it. C in 5. Okay, thank you, thank you. We're going to get started back again. We're going to start with our new business. First item of business is resolution number 2026-06-023R, a resolution amending an intergovernmental agreement for the Emergency Telephone System Board between the City of Urbana, the City of Champaign, the Village of Rantoul, Illinois, the Board of Trustees of the U of I, and the County of Champaign, Illinois. Are we going to have a presentation from the fire department or any questions? Any questions? Have any questions?
Deputy Chief, did you have any comments you wanted to make, or?
I believe the memo in the packet kind of explained just primarily some minor updates with a couple significant operational changes that kind of correlate to the current operations.
Yes, Councilmember Wu.
So just for the public, can you quickly summarize what those operational changes are?
Sure. So a couple years ago, Rantoul used to operate their own dispatch facility. A couple years ago, that Rantoul stopped operating that facility. So part of the cleanup is that the surcharges from the 911 surcharges actually all come to MECAD instead of being directed to Rantoul's dispatch facility. And then the other cleanup is the state 911 administrator is now requiring all of the 911 surcharges to be deposited into an account that's held by the Emergency Telephone Safety Board, so instead of being directed towards municipality. So the City of Champaign is the lead agency for MECAD. So now the checks cannot be written to MECAD. It actually has to go to an account held by the ETSB.
Is there any more questions? Councilmember Hersey.
I'd like to move for resolution number 2026-06-023R, resolution amending an intergovernmental agreement for the Emergency Telephone System Board between the City of Urbana, the City of Champaign, the Village of Rantoul, Illinois, the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois, and the County of Champaign, be moved forward to City Council on a regular agenda for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Hersey and seconded by Councilmember Wu. Is there any discussion? Okay, with no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved. The motion passes and the item moves to the regular agenda on City Council. Okay, on to number 2 of new business. This is ordinance number 2026-06-015, an ordinance improving a special use permit for a medical clinic at 909 North Cunningham Avenue, plan case number 2522-SU-26. Do we have a presentation for that? Awesome. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. As you said, we're here to discuss special use permit for 2522-SU-26 for a medical clinic in a B3 zoning district at 909 North Cunningham Avenue. The applicant is Natalie Corey Kenlifak from De Gracia Healthcare. The owner is Cunningham Motor Sales, and the request is to allow a medical clinic. So in any zoning district, there's going to be a collection of uses that are allowed by right, things that you can do with minimal approval, like the uses are kind of okayed in advance, but there are some uses that require a special use permit. Especially if they can have a varying scope. So just to make sure that they're appropriate in a given location, those are required to be approved by the Plan Commission and then by the City Council. So the Plan Commission recommended approval of this special use permit 3-0 at the June 4th meeting. The property is located at the southwest corner of Kerr and Cunningham, as shown here. And this is specifically, so the building currently, the use currently exists in Suite A. So this instance is a little bit odd where the medical clinic has been in operation for 7 to 8 months. The owner went through the process to get a business permit, but wasn't aware of the requirement for a special use permit. So we've been working with her to catch up on that. So it's in the southernmost suite of this like larger shopping complex, along with a chiropractor, a tailor, an electrical contractor, and a beauty salon. In terms of land use, the Cunningham corridor is primarily commercial, and especially here on the western side, there's a kind of a layer of commercial and then residential behind it. The building's also across the street from the burial park, along with other commercial properties up towards on the west side as it moves further north. All of those commercial properties are zoned B3. The burial park is zoned agricultural, and then the residential zoning varies a little bit, ranging from the majority R3 up to R5 for some of the apartment buildings. And this whole corridor is identified as the commercial place type under Imagine Urbana. So the proposed use is as a medical clinic, so that's providing more preventive care along with mental health treatment. So this isn't like not a hospital, not surgeries, but just kind of a check-in place for clients. This is the map of the current suite. There's a front desk, there's 2 exam rooms, a laboratory station, and more mechanical and administrative space in the back. Under the comprehensive plan, we feel that approving the special use permit would align with Big Move 10, support community health, safety, and well-being. A healthy community prioritizes the holistic wellness of its residents, fosters a sense of belonging and connection, and provides for the basic needs of all residents.
Hold on. Councilmember Quisenberry, can you please mute your microphone?
Along with Little Move 10.2 to ensure that resources are made available to support a community that feels safe, and Little Move 10.4 to prioritize equitable access to essential resources such as education, employment opportunities, housing, healthcare, transportation, and recreational facilities for all residents. We feel that these are met because where the site is located, right at that corner of Cunningham and Kerr, it is right on the 10 Gold transit route. And while Cunningham is a heavier auto-oriented traffic corridor, there is more bicycle and pedestrian access along the Broadway to Kerr connection to connect it with the rest of the surrounding neighborhood without being too intimidating to pedestrians and bicyclists. The 3 criteria for a special use permit are: 1, is it conducive to the public convenience at that location? We do, just by virtue of being in northern Urbana, by being accessible by multiple modes of transportation. The second is if it's designed, located, and proposed to be operated so that will not be unreasonably injurious or detrimental to the district in which it shall be located or otherwise injurious to the public. We feel that that's met. There's low foot traffic. There's no kind of traditional noise or like odor nuisances from like a factory. It's just a medical clinic office. And 3, the proposed use conforms to the applicable regulations and standards of and preserves the essential character of the district in which it shall be located, which we feel that it meets. It's a commercial corridor, and this is a commercial business. It's in a shopping center with other more service-oriented businesses, and would be contributing to that. So in summary, we feel the proposed use would be conducive to the public convenience, as the location along North Cunningham is accessible by walking, biking, ride-sharing, scootering, driving, or taking the bus. The proposed project would not be injurious or detrimental to the R3 zoning district or B3, or injurious to the general public, as it fits within the character of the commercial corridor, and it doesn't exceed the intensity of the surrounding neighborhood falling behind it. The proposed project would conform to the regulations and standards of the B3 zoning district and would preserve its essential character, because it doesn't alter the built form of Apple Tree Plaza, which has been operating as a commercial plaza since the 80s. And the proposed project is found to be consistent with the Imagine Urbana comprehensive plan, with the commercial place type designation along that corridor. The City Council has the option to either approve the special use permit without any conditions, to approve the permit with any conditions deemed appropriate or necessary for the public health, safety, and welfare, or to deny the special use permit. The Plan Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed special use permit with no conditions. Beyond that, the special use permit be tied to the property as a whole rather than just Suite A. It's not uncommon in cases like this for if Suite B were to ever open up and the clinic wanted to expand, or if there was a water main issue and they needed to move to another suite, just to make sure that they would be kind of okayed throughout the shopping center. Otherwise, they recommended with no conditions, and staff concurs with the Plan Commission's recommendation. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a point so I don't get things confused here. When we're talking about equitable access, you're talking about the physical way we get to the facility, not something like financial accessibility to healthcare.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, because during the Plan Commission, the applicant was able to speak a bit more about kind of her reasoning for opening the clinic. And a large part of it was that she had worked at the public health district and saw the great support that it offered to local residents. And she wanted Urbana to have something that was similarly accessible to low-income community members. So she wanted to open something specifically in Urbana.
But the variance here that she's asking for, it has nothing to do with her offering a great service, but it's about whether or not a medical health clinic is suitable to this site physically, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Wu.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. So this is an independent operator. It's not anybody associated with any other healthcare in the community?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that this would be mental health and what other kind of services?
And traditional preventive maintenance, things like vaccines and checking in on more minor health concerns.
Okay. Do you know how many physicians, nurses, do you know how many are going to be operating out of this location?
I do not at this time. I know that there's the 2 exam rooms, and I think the waiting room seats 8 people. So it's, I know it is a low volume, but I couldn't speak to the exact number of employees.
Okay. All right, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And can you clarify, this clinic is already in operation and has been, right?
That's
for some time,
correct.
just out of compliance. So it's not going to start operations. It will just continue. Right? And the special use permit, it is tied to the location, not the business. I thought with some of them, if another business opened in the same place, the special use permit would not apply to them. But you're saying it does. It's tied to the
Yes, it is saying that a medical clinic is an appropriate use for that site.
Okay, regardless of if one of the places next door changes from whatever it is now to another clinic, that special use permit is covered there, based on what's proposed, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And have we yet addressed the issue of a plasma center being considered a medical clinic?
We have not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hersey.
I'm interested in knowing, kind of like what Mary Alice wanted to know, how many employees are there, but also what services they already provide that makes it so that is there something extra special that they have to have the special use permit as opposed to what they're already doing?
No, so the special use permit, I think in this case would exist because a medical clinic, that can mean a lot of different things at a lot of different scales. So in this case, there's nothing overly unique that would require a special use permit beyond that medical clinics as a larger land use require them. If I can have one moment, I believe that I might have more notes about the specific services. Yes, that a clinic would offer the routine preventative care, everyday medical care, and outpatient services, so no overnight stays. And this one offers everyday medical care, preventive services, chronic condition support, and mental health and psychiatric treatment, including evaluations and medication management.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Quisenberry, do you have any questions? Councilmember. Councilmember Quisenberry, do you have any questions? Going once.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think I heard that there is a chiropractor operating in that suite or in that strip. Do they require a special use permit to operate there?
That I would need to confirm, but I can have an answer for that a little later in the meeting.
Okay, I was just curious if we've already allowed that for that strip mall already for a similar kind of thing.
There has not been a special use permit attached to the strip mall previously. And I believe that we're checking now, but that a chiropractor is considered to be a separate use type.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Grace.
I was going to make a motion, but yes, I will, but I also have a proposed condition, so I guess we can take them separately. You two, okay. So I'll just move for approval of ordinance number 2026-06-015, an ordinance approving a special use permit medical clinic at 909 North Cunningham Avenue, plan case number 2522-SU-26.
I will second that if I'm able to ask the person who moved it if they would add a condition. Specifically, I'd like to request that it be tied to Suite A rather than the entire building. I don't know if that's something that you would be amenable to.
If am I good?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, I am down for that. So that's what I was thinking along those lines of either have it to just Suite A, just the clinic, or clarify that this does not apply to plasma centers. That's what went off on my red flags when this came up. This has happened in the past where, unfortunately, a medical clinic umbrella includes a plasma center, and this came up a few years ago when we denied a plasma center to open up in a vulnerable area in Urbana. I think is now H Mart, so an example of saying no to something can lead to greater opportunities sometimes. And so I think we need to, just in a practical sense, be sure that this doesn't open up to now a plasma center can move next door without a special use permit that they should have to have and have the opportunity for people to evaluate it. So I think that apparently, even if it is Suite A, that doesn't mean that they couldn't be one after this clinic were to move out. So I don't know what is the best way to accomplish that goal, if we're allowed to state a condition that this special use permit does not apply to a plasma donation center, if we're allowed to add a condition like that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, go ahead.
So the special use permit typically goes with an individual. Let me erase that. Let's say that you have a special use permit to have a duplex on Lot A. If you sell that duplex, does that special use permit stay with the property, or does it go with the owner?
It would stay with the property.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, if the actual group here who's going to be working here leaves, vacates the property in Suite A, if we do it Suite A, then some other medical facility could come in that falls under those definitions, right, and operate there legally within the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. Just wondering for whoever can answer, sorry for the last minute question, but if that's within our authority, can we set a condition that is kind of somewhat against our zoning characterizations?
And if it would help, there's a list in the zoning ordinance of the like possible conditions that can be added that I took a screenshot of, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's, you're saying is in the packet already?
No, that I did shortly before coming up, just in case this conversation happened.
Oversight, thank you.
So this is, unfortunately, that section is at a page break in the zoning ordinance, so I apologize for the formatting. But there's the ability to regulate the location, extent, and intensity of such uses, to require adherence to an approved site plan, to require the screening of such uses by means of fences, walls, or vegetation, to stipulate required minimum lot sizes, yards, and maximum height of buildings, to regulate vehicular access and volume, to require conformance to health, safety, and sanitation requirements, to regulate signs and outdoor lighting, or any other provisions deemed necessary to effect the purposes of this ordinance.
So in your opinion, does that mean that we can stipulate that this does not apply to plasma donation centers, if we deem that necessary to affect the purpose of the zoning ordinance?
I think the guidance that plasma centers would require heightened scrutiny, just moving forward for like interpretation for the zoning ordinance, we can ensure that those are not considered medical clinics in this way, like under the special use permit, knowing, hey, a plasma clinic is different.
Yeah, I think that was the conversation a couple years ago that fell to the back burner of, I'm not sure, I was trying to find the definition of medical clinics or that zoning, but changing it in the zoning ordinance, pull that out so it is a separate category and doesn't fall under medical clinic. So yeah, I think that would be great to refresh, pull it up on the priority list as much as we can to get that changed permanently. And do you have maybe suggested wording for how we could add such a condition as that?
I would not, but I can think of some.
Totally fine, and we have next week for the final vote, but I think that the intention being that this special use permit for a medical clinic does not encompass a plasma donation center. And I would amend my motion to include that, if Mary Alice is interested in seconding that one.
I'll second that change.
Okay, the amendment is moved by Councilmember Grace and seconded by Councilmember Wu. Do we need, question, Ms. Research?
I just need a point of clarification here. Okay, so we've moved it with the amendment that it only applies to Suite A. It does not apply to Plasma Center, right? to plasma center stuff, Grace?
I had only amended it to say that it doesn't include plasma center so far.
Okay, but,
But I asked if you would be open to using only Suite A.
yeah.
And so I'm trying to understand if does that not cover your concern? You would recommend you want Suite A and not plasma
Yes.
center?
Yes.
Now, my question with that amendment, before I'd say yay or nay, is when we just hold it to, from what I've read, if we just hold it to Suite A, then how does that affect the rest of the building that it's in? Because I think the recommendation is for the whole building, correct?
Correct. Generally, use permits in this way are attached to the address, like the whole property. That is correct. I think the note under the conditions about regulating the location of the use, a suite may well fall under that.
Okay, so if we just have it go to Suite A and not the entire address, suites A through G or whatever it is, then, and it's just held for Suite A, then are we doing that so that if other businesses that live in that address will also have to apply for special use permit if something changes? Is that, I just want to understand the reasoning.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll give you kind of my thoughts in terms of why I'd like to have it be Suite A. Since this is, we've been given information in terms of the different types of healthcare that this person's going to be providing in that business, which is wonderful. But once we do this, then anybody can come in and do different kinds of services that maybe we don't think are appropriate for the neighborhood. And so we relinquish the ability for us to have any say into a future medical facility of some kind. That does not prevent Suite A from leaving and then having a medical facility. We still won't have any say in that, but we can't. If we do it for the entire building, then all those other ones could come in and do something that maybe we want to have a conversation about, maybe the community is interested in. So I think that putting it just to that specific location rather than the entire building is the reason why I wanted that.
I just wanted some clarification with what you're thinking.
Chair, I would like to clarify for the record too. My understanding was that that was a friendly amendment rather than a formal amendment on both accounts for the tying it to exclusively to Suite A and also setting the condition that it not be a plasma donation center. Were those both friendly amendments?
I did only say the condition about not applying to plasma centers. I appreciate the clarification on Suite A, and I am down for adding that as an amendment to my original motion.
Okay, so confirming yay, friendly amendment from both the motioner and the second, which means procedurally, we just have one motion on the floor, which is to approve with the conditions set by the motioner and the seconder, so only one vote will be required to proceed.
Thank you for that. Yes, Grace.
I'm sorry, just last discussion. I do support more medical clinics in the area. I have no problem with that, but I do hear your point of at least having the opportunity to have a special use permit. Maybe there are certain conditions that come along with the future medical clinic. So I am in support of Suite A and also would support more special use permits if more medical clinics want to move into this area.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion made by Councilmember Grace, seconded by Councilmember Wu. Is there any more discussion? Councilmember Wu.
Right, so this is my last piece of discussion. Grace and I don't always agree, but in this case, I agree wholeheartedly with what she said. I appreciate staff's thought process in terms of if something has to change, where they have to switch A and B and so forth. But I think that keeping it in that one specific location will allow for us to have that future conversation. I agree wholeheartedly that I think another doctor's office in that area could be good. Just that I'd like for the community to have impact and be heard in terms of whether or not they think that that's the right for that area. That's it.
Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Quisenberry, do you have any questions or any concerns?
Nope, no more.
Okay, with no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes and the item is moved to the regular agenda on City Council. Okay, next order of business is ordinance number 2026-06016, an ordinance designating a historic landmark, 108 East Water Street, Urbana Civic Center, historic preservation case number HP-2026-L-01. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As you said, this is for HP 2026-L-01 for 108 East Water Street, the Urbana Civic Center. A landmark nomination application was reviewed by staff and deemed complete on April 27th, 2026, and it was reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission on June 3rd, 2026, who recommended approval of the landmark status. The final determination is decided by City Council. Typically, if I believe that my home is historic and I nominate it to be a landmark, then that would start and end with the Historic Preservation Commission. In any case where the property owner, though, is not able to expressly consent to that nomination, the final approval comes to City Council. And in the case of a city-owned property, that ability to consent kind of warranted this process. 108 East Water Street. Here's a visual of the site. There's Broadway on the west side here and Vine on the east. The site's located on the north side of Water across the street from the County Sheriff's Office and the Bennett Administrative Building, just south of H Mart and just west of the Sherwin-Williams paint store. You can see the site here with the four cupolas on top with the additional wing added to, or additional wing in the back. The Civic Center was originally intended as phase one of a three-phase community-focused project that would have moved further north along Water Street, and it was dedicated in 1970 as a modern civic gathering space used for weddings, reunions, political debates, educational fundraisers, et cetera. The Civic Center is also an example of architectural modernism and its expression in the Midwest and in the Champaign-Urbana area. The building was designed by the architects Delbert Smith, Scott Seaton, and Milan Olak of the firm Smith, Seaton, and Olak. At the time of the Civic Center's construction, this was part of a larger movement in mid-century modernism within the Midwest. The Civic Center operated as such as a public event space until December 2018.
And I'm going to draw your attention to page 55 of the packet. For those following along online, that's the gray box, item F3, as designated in the packet, and I'll just walk through the related council actions to this site. So on June 16th of 2014, there was a resolution adopted recognizing an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Urbana and the Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District, often called MTD, for the development of a transit facility within the prime area of emphasis, which can generally be described as comprising downtown Urbana. Then in May 24th, 2018, members of staff presented a memo to the mayor regarding potential closure of the Urbana Civic Center. The memo was circulated with council members and discussed at the May 29th, 2018 Committee of the Whole meeting. Options were outlined in this memo. The options were 1, to continue operating the Civic Center at a deficit of $40,000 to $50,000 per year with up to $1 million in deferred maintenance, or 2, to close the operations of the facility at the end of the fiscal year. And this memo is included as an attachment in this packet and available to the public. Then on June 11th of 2018, an ordinance was discussed in the Committee of the Whole meeting, which included proposed disinvestment from the Civic Center and consideration of a public-private development for the lot. The minutes from that meeting were also included as an attachment to this packet. Then in June 18th, 2018, an ordinance was passed unanimously by the City Council, which included the closure of the Urbana Civic Center, with closure effective December 31st of 2018. Meeting minutes were also included as an attachment to the packet. On June 26, 2023, City Council approved an update to the city's capital improvement plan, which covered a period from 2024 to 2028. And that capital improvement plan included proposed disinvestment from the Civic Center and consideration of a public-private development for the lot. I have to apologize, there are some typos in here. I see Civic instead of Civic Center. On May 27th, 2025, City Council approved an update to the city's capital improvement plan, which was just recent, and that was the 2026 to 2030 period for that capital improvement plan, and that included demolition of the Civic Center. Then on June 8th of 2026, City Council also approved an update to the city's capital improvement plan covering a period of 2026 to 2030, which also included demolition of the Civic Center. Thank you.
And in that process, while exploring use of the site for a downtown transit center, MTD began a site review process as a requirement for any project using federal funds. And one was so a Section 106 review is required under the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 to determine impacts on sites of historic significance. And that was initiated in this case in May 2024. During that process, the State Historic Preservation Officer, or SHPO, determined that the Civic Center was eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under criteria A and C. So the National Register criteria are generally pretty broad. So in the case of A, it's association with significant events, and they added as a locus of community events and culture. And for architectural or artistic significance, for its structurally expressive modernist design. The application for the local designation followed that SHPO determination. And just to kind of clarify there, the National Register of Historic Places, like first and foremost, identifies historically significant structures. It makes them easy to find information on and make sure that if a process like this unfolds, a site on the National Register, is going to be included in the site analysis because it's easy to find and has been identified as something that needs to be addressed. It otherwise doesn't offer any immediate protections, where the local landmark status does come with the certificate of appropriateness process requiring authorization for changes to the structure and site. It was nominated and determined to respond to 5 of the requirements for a landmark nomination. The first is A, significant value as part of the architectural, artistic, civic, cultural, economic, educational, ethnic, political, or social heritage of the nation, state, or community, which was largely met by the building's role as a civic center, just as a public-facing building that community members engaged with. C is representative of the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural type inherently valuable for the study of a period, style, craftsmanship, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials while retaining a high degree of integrity. This site's an example of the mid-century modern architecture. D is the notable work of a master builder, designer, architect, or artist whose individual genius is influenced an area, or a notable work of a firm or group whose collective genius is influenced an area. That refers to the broader movement of mid-century modern, or MCM, architecture within the Champaign-Urbana area. While the building was designed by Smith, Seton, and Olak, it was also at a time when other architects like Jack Baker, John Replinger, and A. Richard Williams were active. So it speaks to the larger collective of MCM architects working at that time. E is identifiable as an established and familiar visual feature in the community owing to its unique location or physical characteristics. It does have the identifiable cupolas on top, as well as those like kind of deep overhanging eaves. And then F, a character is a particularly fine or unique example of a utilitarian structure, including but not limited to farmhouses, gas stations, or other commercial structures with a high level of integrity or architectural significance. Things like gas stations, right, are built very differently in the 50s compared to now. Those are types of utilitarian structures that are like relics of a certain time. So this was largely considered because civic centers were similarly not something that were built for a large period of American history. The Historic Preservation Commission found that the landmark nomination for 108 East Water Street conforms with criteria A, C, D, E, and F of Section 12-5.c of the Urbana Zoning Ordinance and recommends the property's designation as a local landmark to City Council with the following findings of fact. The City Council was opened in 1970, was designed by Smith, Seton, and Olak within the context of regional modernist expression, and holds significance due to its architecture, integrity, recognizability, and contributions to the civic and social history of the city of Urbana. The building meets 5 of the 7 criteria for the designation of a property as a historic landmark. It meets items A, C, D, E, and F of the designation criteria. If approved, city staff would continue their current levels of site monitoring, just the checking in on the site, and it would be subject to the requirements of Article 12 of the Urbana Zoning Ordinance, with certificates of appropriateness required for any future repair, replacements, or demolition.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions? Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Key question, if the building was landmarked, it would it could still be demolished, right? There'd be a process in which it could be demolished.
It could be. It would require the approval from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Right. Well, what is the Community Development Department's recommendation for this building?
Thank you for that question. So I guess I can speak as the director of the Community Development Department. I thought what was very interesting in tonight's public comment, it was mentioned that the historic value of the Civic Center should be evaluated as a standalone technical issue, and I believe that that was the correct approach in the held by the Historic Preservation Commission, because their powers and duties are to uphold their section, or that section of the zoning ordinance. And specifically in Section 12 of the zoning ordinance, it does outline these criteria for that would qualify the building as a local historic landmark. So the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission is absolutely technically correct. I think we are in a position today here in the City Council chambers where we've been presented with multiple options. This is not purely a technical conversation. This is also a conversation about the options that are available to us within a period of time that they're being presented. In that sense, I think I, as the Director of Community Development, am put in a challenging position to make a recommendation, and also this body is being asked to really weigh these two options that are on the table. It has been made very clear by the MTD, and the MTD's board has voted that if local historic landmark status is granted to this building, they will not be applying for the bus and bus facilities grant. The NOFO, which is the application to apply for that grant, has not been posted yet. It is expected to be posted in June, so posting of the grant could be imminent. And the application window for that grant is usually 8 to 10 weeks. So with that in mind, we're working on a very short timeline. I personally have been looking into this with a lot of energy and dedication because I am curious about exploring all potential options on the table. One thing that that has consistently been true in my research is that we have received very little interest in this site. The only interested party has been MTD for over the past 10 years. There's no record of anyone else expressing interest in this site. With that said, we haven't posted an RFP with specific conditions for the Civic Center, so there's a lot of unknowns here, but I think what I would have to say in this moment is that we need to consider the options that are presented to us currently, and I personally am not in the business of gambling a $32 million investment in our city. So that would be my recommendation as the director of the department. With that said, I have nothing but respect and appreciation for the recommendation by our commission and the recommendation produced by staff, as it is all technically absolutely correct.
Let me ask you this then, Olivia. I understand all the issues that you're dealing with and the pressures that you're under, but what did the department, the Community Development Department, what did they recommend to the Historic Preservation Commission June 3rd? What did you recommend?
So staff presented a case to recommend landmarking because that is the interpretation of the zoning ordinance. That's correct. So the planning division read the zoning ordinance. It meets criteria for historic landmark designation. So the recommendation was read the applicant's materials and presented a recommendation to the Historic Preservation Commission for approval on those criteria.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wu.
So I have two questions. I believe there's 10 criteria for consideration, 5 of which are met. Is that right?
We're confirming, I believe it's there are 7 criteria and 5 were met.
7, but this says 10, so that's why it doesn't matter. It's let's say at least 50%. Is that fair to say? Okay. So how does the zoning ordinance convey to the city council what rubric we need to be using to evaluate landmark status?
The criteria that are listed in the zoning ordinance are the criteria to evaluate landmark status, and only one of those criteria needs to be met for local landmark designation to move forward.
Okay, so I understand that we're kind of in an awkward position here, right? We're the owners of the building, but we're also the body that also approves landmark status. It's kind of an awkward position to be in, but I just want to be really clear. The zoning ordinance has 7 criteria to determine whether or not a building meets landmark status. Is that right? Okay. The evaluation says that there are 5 out of the 7 that it would categorize it as yes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then city council, when we review it, we're supposed to use those 7 criteria.
Actually, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
In the Historic Commission's recommendation, they have to make findings of fact and tie it back to those criteria as listed in the zoning ordinance. When you read the section about the city council's approval process, the city council is not tied to make findings of fact. They can approve or deny. I think that is meant to expand the authority of the city council to think about all aspects of the of the decision-making process. I would say in some municipalities, the city council would also be tied to making a determination of fact, but that is not the case here. I think it varies, state by state, city by city. Our zoning ordinance does not recommend or require that.
So our zoning ordinance doesn't really provide like strict guidance to the city council in terms of how we can delineate whether or not it is a landmark or not? Is that right?
Yes, I can read that section if I just am afforded a moment to find it.
Because I will say, while we find that, it's not uncommon to lean on the Historic Preservation Commission as technical experts on historic significance, and then open the field to the city council for the more holistic analysis of the issue.
If you're looking for the section in the memo, that one I have in front of me, so.
Yes, you can, if that's, I was just going to refer to the ordinance directly, but.
Well, if you just tell me the section.
So we are looking at. One moment, please.
It's all right. I'll let others ask questions.
Okay.
While you look.
Are there any other questions? Grace, go
I
ahead.
have a question, kind of.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, this is kind of related to the question that Mary Alice has asked, and what I wanted to get at was, it sounds like the ordinance does not compel the city council to act on the recommendation. The city council is given the leeway to decide, as I think you said, on the holistic view of how this fits into the bigger picture. Is that correct? Is that a good way to put that?
Yes, that's correct. Although it doesn't, that's not explicitly spelled out so I found the section, it's on page 197 of the ordinance, under decisions and designation. So first it lists Historic Preservation Commission authority, and then it lists City Council authority. And under Historic Preservation Commission authority, it ties it back to the section of the ordinance that refers to those criteria for approval. And then under the City Council authority, it simply says, if the City Council determines that the proposed historic landmark should be designated, it shall do so by enacting an ordinance by majority vote of all alderpersons then holding office. In the event of a tie, the mayor may cast a deciding vote. So it doesn't tie it back to any sections of the zoning ordinance.
So I know in some circumstances we're required to take a positive action or a negative action. Is the circumstance, if this were to come to a vote tonight and it would fail, would that be the end of the road, or is the council required to actually pass a resolution saying we don't designate the building as a historical landmark?
So my understanding, and this is supported in conversation with the city attorney, is that this action has to be taken at a council meeting. The ordinance does not contemplate a committee of a whole meeting, and it's explicitly stated that action would be taken at a city council meeting. I think that's all I'd be able to answer at this point in time, but my best interpretation at this time is that final action would need to happen at a council meeting.
That's accurate, Mr. Chairman. The ordinance is explicit about city council consideration and action on a specific timeline. That final action can only be taken by the city council, per the ordinance.
So is it going to appear on a city council agenda no matter what we do tonight?
Yes, it should, per the ordinance.
So I think you could recommend to move it to the regular agenda or the consent agenda, or potentially hold it for further discussion, but the action needs to be taken at council meeting.
The timeline is 60 days from the close of the public hearing in front of the HPC. So
Okay, so
it can, I'm not sure where we're at in that timeline, but any, further deliberation or consideration has to occur within that frame.
So then actually looking at the calendar, we're in June, if the public hearing happened in June 3rd, then that would mean that our next available council meeting within the 60-day window would be the 22nd or I think the 13th. Yep. The 22nd or the 13th. Somebody, clerk can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so we have the regular scheduled council meeting on June 22nd. We are also going to have a special city council meeting on Monday, July 6th, and then we will also have a regular city council meeting on Monday, July 13th.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. I guess two questions now. This is a new one popping up. So it seems kind of awkward, right? Like hypothetically, if this came to a vote tonight and failed, majority no votes, in Cal, that wouldn't count. It would still go to council for that to be voted down. Just kind of procedurally awkward.
Yeah, that's my interpretation of the ordinance. It's on its face clear about it requiring city council action or full formal consideration within that 60 days. The committee of the whole, as a advisory, subsidiary of the city council legally, can make the recommendation to the city council. But in terms of taking final action on an item, that has to occur at the city council level. And sort of by default, stopping it from moving ahead essentially becomes the final action in lieu of city council action.
Seems awkward. All right, so other question. Seems like there's very extreme options here, and I'm trying to find if there's any gray area compromise, because it seems like either if we vote this down, then it's not a historic landmark and it's already in the CIP for demolition, and we already approved that. So it's kind of like done deal. Either it's not historic and it's demolished to the ground and MTD does whatever they want because their memo said they don't want to be held up with any other approval or anything else, or it is a historic designation, MTD walks away, and we just maintain an empty building with no plans for doing things with it at this point, right? Like maybe you said we could do RFP, explore other options, but I'm just wondering if there is any gray area, like MTD, there's been some kind of unofficial talks about somewhere in the middle. Can we keep the bricks? Can we reuse, the entryway? Can we incorporate some things, but still have the functionality of the transit station? But then what we got from MTD sounded very much like absolutely no. If there's any hoop to jump through outside of their control, they're not down for it. So I'm hoping that there could be some middle ground of like, is MTD willing to work with us on the design and keep some aspects of the building or of the history or pay some kind of homage to what it was? But it seems like there's not a gray area possibility. So I wonder if you can chime in if there is that I'm missing.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to speak for MTD. We certainly, as city staff, don't. I think my understanding is the same as yours, just from the information that's been shared in terms of the board's vote. And I think that's all I can offer at this stage. But I suppose there'd be an opportunity to ask for some more detail or ask questions, and we could certainly try to get answers back.
Yeah, I would be very interested in talking with MTD when they have come previously. I feel like they were here some weeks or months ago, a representative, and saying that they were open to working together and collaboration and kind of collaborative design stuff. But then it seems kind of the opposite of their memo. That's like, if we don't have full control, we're not doing it. And it also seems kind of like, what if they just want to build something that's not in line with maybe what we think is the best character or design for Urbana anyway? Like, is there any room for collaboration with them. And obviously knowing that you don't speak for MTD, but I would really love to hear from them if or how they're willing to collaborate, or we only have these two extreme options and that's it.
Yeah, we could certainly pass that on. I know that from the time that we had the MTD staff person present or speak to the council till now, there was a board, I think there's been several board engagements between that period of time and now. So I would leave it to MTD to discuss the business of their board.
Councilwoman Hershey.
Okay, I guess this happened before my tenure, so my question is from the memo, what I'm reading is that in 2018, it was unanimously passed by City Council, including the closure of including the closure of the Urbana Civic Center with closure effective December 31st, 2018. It's been 8 years since Civic Center closed. So my question is there, or why, or is there some kind of date thing, some kind of, why now, after 8 years of it being closed, why the historic thing? Is there something that kept people from actually making that application before 3 months ago? Because I know MTD, my understanding is that MTD has always been interested, or always, this was like part of a thing with MTD, from what I'm reading in the memo, that MTD has always been in the mix with this, and now all of a sudden we have this historic preservation thing happening, where the way, from my standpoint, from my perspective, it's like, okay, you had since 2018 to actually do this designation if you really didn't want this to happen. Could you please give me some clarification on that?
So to account for part of that, under the National Register of Historic Places, in most circumstances, a structure needs to be at least 50 years old, which, so in 2018, it wouldn't have been considered historic under those criteria. In 2020, it would have been.
Okay, well, it's 2026, so what's the deal? With 6 years now? Okay, so why not in 2021 did this historic preservation thing not start getting applied for? Is something else with that?
No, I mean, I think your point is well made. We can't speak for previous action or lack of action from the community, or that predates our experience. It was eligible as of 2020.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Wu.
All right, so I am, one of the things that was brought up by several people was the reuse. So I'm looking at the certificate of appropriateness and economic hardship. One thing that I have heard, some people have talked about the kitchen and the bathrooms and the roof, and there's like all these different components and so forth. So my question to you, is it possible for an appropriate use to be saving one wall, or is all the stuff here in the zoning ordinance say that would never be appropriate?
So yes, the certificate of appropriateness covers 3 different categories of works. So there's exempt undertakings, which are small things, just repairs of existing features, repainting things, changing mailboxes. Those can be done under any circumstances, all the way up to major works, which is kind of any structural change to the building, any renovation, addition, subtraction, and that would require the review and approval from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, is there any criteria where somebody does not agree with the commission review? Is there any recourse?
I can find that in terms of what the appeal process would look like.
I feel, and I can't speak for my fellow council members, but I feel like the building as it now stands, I don't think it can be saved as it now stands. The question is there a component of the building that could fit within our zoning ordinance and the MTD structure, potential MTD structure? And so I'm trying to understand what would that process look like? So it would be really helpful for me to understand a little bit more. I'm looking at the review criteria, and some of it sounds like it has to be very similar to the way it is now, but I will withhold
Yeah.
judgment on that.
Thank you for that question. We'll certainly provide a follow-up on that. I did want to also just reiterate and stress, because I do feel that the memo as written may have slightly mischaracterized. I just want to make sure that we're explicitly clear that the Historic Preservation Commission has committed to fully embracing adaptive reuse, and they have been consistent in their recommendations and statements about this, that they would be willing to take a very flexible approach to adaptive reuse that has been at least expressed in verbal communication, and I believe that was presented by two members of the Historic Preservation Commission to this board. So I think if that helps to at least bring some further dimension to your question, Mary Alice. Councilmember Wu, sorry.
That's all right. So I guess I'm going to just take a really extreme case here, okay? Is it appropriate if it's a local landmark and you reuse bricks? How does that fall in? I'm just asking. Would that be a level of appropriateness? Could it, under our current zoning, actually be approved as a level of appropriateness? And it's okay to say you don't know right now.
Yes, correct. I would say that's certainly not a use case the ordinance conceived of, but we can look over the specific wording more closely.
Okay. All right. I don't want to take over here if there's other questions, but if there isn't, I'd be happy to make a motion.
James, do you have any questions? Councilmember Quisenberry, any questions?
No more questions for me. I already got mine in.
Okay.
All right. I will make a motion to move this on to City Council with no recommendation, given that we have to vote on it at a City Council meeting. So I will move ordinance number 2026-06016, an ordinance designating a historic landmark at 108 East Water Street, Urbana Civic Center for the historic preservation case number HP 2026-L01 on to City Council with no recommendation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Councilmember Grace. Is there any discussion? Yes, Grace.
Thank you. I am torn on this one, and I really want to find the compromise. So anything you can talk with MTD, I feel like the compromise either being something along the lines of we have a historic landmark, and maybe the Historic Preservation Commission has a statement that they have all intentions to cooperate with the MTD redesign and stuff that they can take to their grant application, or they can have for their own sense of well-being, because it seems like that's their hang-up, is they don't want to do the grant application, have a $32 million project, and then have extra hoops to jump through, which makes sense, but I feel like we need to find some compromise somehow. So either on the historic preservation side, if it is a historic landmark, and if it's not a historic landmark on the MTD side, just have them kind of in writing say that they would make a good faith effort to collaborate and keep some of the historic aspects that they can at the site. I don't know all the details. They just talk about, you know, a bus turning radius. We've toured it. We've seen things like you can't remove the kitchen because that's where all the HVAC and electrical stuff is routed through, so that doesn't work. So I think that there's kind of a disconnect, and I would really like to find a compromise in between demolishing it completely and having an MTD downtown terminal that's really important, be a lost opportunity. And I think that there's a lot of limitations with the space. This is really small. We used a lot of stuff in this really small space. I think that ideally a downtown MTD station would be a lot larger, and I don't think we need to be limited to the footprint to one story. So I really want to try and find the compromise. So I don't know if you can talk to different parties and see if there is some compromise there. I would really like to know. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Evans.
I think if you read the whole memo, the MTD memo, it's a little contradictory. If you read the whole memo, yes, they start out with, no, we're not going to do a grant application if this is landmarked, but then they further go on that if it's landmarked, that they would need more time to design a transit center. So I think, Grace, that what you're looking for, first of all, also, the transit center is not limited to the footprint of the Civic Center. Okay, so that whole parking lot to the east, all the way to the paint store, would be land that would be used, possibly going to the west of that law office parking lot could be used. So it's not limited to that little small space. It's going to be a very massive project. I'll just say that the statements of the application of Phyllis Williams, all the comments, including Professor Joseph Altshuler and all the citizens, the findings of the Urbana Community Development Department, and the conclusions of the Historic Preservation Commission about landmarking the Urbana Civic Center cannot be improved upon. But we should add a grateful thank you to the MTD for honoring the taxpayers of Urbana who contribute to the MTD district by seeking a $32 million much-needed transit center in beautiful downtown Urbana. Each year, over 500,000 rides are taken between the courthouse and that parking deck. So a transit center would be a sensational addition to one of the great mass transportation systems in the country. And we look forward to seeing what the possibilities can be to incorporate the Urbana Civic Center into the transit center design. And so thank you to the MTD for that. So there's room for compromise. Today's not the last day on the planet. Thanks for letting me talk.
Any more discussion? Yes, Councilmember Shreves.
Ever since I got on city council, I've been hearing about the MTD terminus. And I've been on city council since 2019. And I've been trying to understand what the ups and downs or the ifs and nots, you know, why this hasn't gone on more quickly. And, but now the other thing that I need to understand is why the late application for historic landmark siting thing. Why that wasn't applied for 4 years ago or 6 years ago when it actually became, when that building became eligible. My issue right now is that type of flip-floppy something that just doesn't seem to rub me in a very good way. It just doesn't, it makes me uncomfortable when I see the city, I mean, I know that there are things that departments are required to do, like you are required to help the Historic Preservation Commission, whether you agree with what it is or not. And you don't want to say that, but that's basically what it is, on some level. How, well, this falls under the zoning, this is appropriate, so of course I have to say that this is, because it falls under the correct line item. So you kind of have to go along with it, regardless of what your personal feeling is. For me, it's about good faith, negotiation. And MTD this has been something that's been discussed for several years. I could see it if it was just a few months. I could see it if it was just a couple of years ago. But it's been several years. We've gone through COVID and everything else with all of this. It's been several years. And so I think it would be disingenuous of the city to all of a sudden change their mind. And that doesn't put us in a good light. Not just for MTD, but for anybody that might want to come and develop industry in this city. We have, and regardless of what that might be, we'll earn a reputation of not negotiating in good faith. We do, and I do have an issue with this only because it's been sitting on the shelf for several years. So several years ago, even going back to 2014, when I first see MTD regarding anything regarding the Civic Center, it was before it was even closed in 2018. But there was always something being said about MTD wanting to put a terminus downtown. And then in 2018, when it got closed, they thought that would be one of the best sites for that to happen. And I love the Civic Center. Don't get me wrong, I got history there too. I'm from Urbana, born and raised, and I've been to several events at the Civic Center, even as late as May of 2018, okay? But I also feel that when we say, and especially after the hoops that I know the MTD has had to jump through to even be able to get any closer to this particular property, we need to consider the work and the cost that they've put in to making that happen. So I hope that there will be some form of recognition regarding the Civic Center. I can't tell anybody what that ought to be, but my hope is that we as a city realize that we have to grow if we're going to survive. That's what.
Can I pass the chair to Councilmember Hersey?
I will happily take the chair from Verdell Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who's come out and supported or been against this project and vocalized that. I'm the same as Sharice from Urbana. Have many events, weddings, barbecues, church events, family reunions. So the Civic Center holds a special place in my heart. And if you would have asked me this 10 years ago, I would have fought tooth and nail to keep it. But the fact of the matter is, we recently have all had the opportunity to go in and inspect it inside thoroughly. And I hate to say that it is not in good situation. It is not in good condition, and really it's just collecting dust and wasting money. I think this is a great opportunity, as we continue to say, for the bigger picture of the city and to help some of our members travel easier, to really take a consideration that we go ahead and move forward with this MTD bus terminal. Champaign has one, and so much traffic flows in and out of that area that it just kind of gives the downtown city of Champaign, even though it's lacking to me, it gives it a little bit of a special, unique character. And I think that's what Urbana needs. Right now, it hurts me, especially when we have these storms, driving by and seeing people out there getting soaked. You know, people that they're holding their bags, they're holding children, and there's inclement weather. Let's turn this space into a space that can be used. Kind of how the Civic Center was. It helped the community. It brought people together. And I think the MTD Transit Center can do the same thing. So let's really look into this and really, let's not try to make it difficult for a thing that we need. This is something that we need, So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You want the chair back?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie.
Is there any more discussion? Grace, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say something.
Okay. James, we'll go with you first, and then Grace, you're after. Is that okay? Okay, go ahead, James.
So I do want to thank Grace for her comments earlier. I've thought about this quite a bit, and I do understand why there's interest in preserving a building that has had a historical impact on this community, whether it's represents a historical building, whether it's a special building architecturally, that can be debated. In fact, one of the people on the Historic Preservation Commission voted against doing this. I think that's important to note. But I do thank Grace for talking about. I think the opportunity here is to use the Civic Center as an inspiration for the design. And that is something that I believe the MPD should be able to and could be able to commit to, so that if we are in a place where we lose this building, what replaces it, which is sorely needed, kind of honors the space that it's on. I've toured the building. It is not, a modern facility for hosting events. The walls, the main structure does seem solid, but the kitchen, the bathrooms, they have not been maintained. They are all in need of maintenance. We've gone. I hear Sharice too. I mean, we've gone 8 years, and nobody has been knocking on our door, either to ask us to reopen it or to use it in a different way in the state that it's in. And the city is not going to get back in the business of running an event center. We were not good at it. We lost money at it. We couldn't keep the building up. I don't know that. I'm pretty sure the Park District hasn't been knocking on our doors to run it as an event center. I don't know that anybody else has been looking at it to run it as an event center.
James, just a
It
quick
has
second. James, I'm sorry, quick second. Please, I ask the audience to please keep your conversations to a minimum to allow for the council to be spoken and heard. Thank you. Go ahead, James.
I'm sorry. I was waiting. I don't know where that's coming from, but in any case, we can have further conversation about it next week. But we do need that transit center. We do need investment in downtown in that way, and so we'll have to take another look at it next week.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. Just want to clarify some things here that we haven't seen any proposed site plans. So you're talking about we've seen options. We haven't seen any official site plans. I'm trying to understand kind of from two extreme different sides, and I would love for them to be able to talk together. Like MTD says, we need this radius for buses to turn, and historic preservation people can be like, here's how that could fit there, and find that compromise through conversation. We haven't seen any site plans, so it's really hard to visualize. And we've got some information, but I always would love more. There's also no guarantee that this will be an MTD station. They're applying for the grant. There's no guarantee that they would get it. So no matter what we vote here with historic preservation, there's really no guarantee in that transit station, just to keep in mind. I think it sounds like they're pretty confident in it, and like that would be awesome. They've already done some groundwork, hopeful that they do get it, but it's not guaranteed that voting this down means there will be an MTD downtown transfer station that I agree we absolutely need. I think that's my top priority, and so understanding that doing the things that make it possible to apply for that grant. But at the end of the day, the entity that's going to demolish the building is the city, and we all approved that in the capital improvement plan last week. So I think that's also the more important issue, is regardless of what happens with MTD, I guess at the end of the day, the city is the one who's already planning to demolish the building to the ground. So I feel like that could be some level of this compromise here too, is can we talk about it before the city ourselves with our authority is the one who's gonna bulldoze it completely? So I think that's an important piece too. If we are trying to find that middle ground, if it's not doing exactly a historic landmark designation, where does the city compromise? Where does the historic preservation side compromise? And where does MTD compromise, so that we can find that middle ground? Because I do think that that's worth an additional conversation. I was kind of uncomfortable that it's in the CIP that we're just going to demolish it to the ground already. I think that that warrants another conversation, and that's not the plan. The plan is we already passed it, it's a done deal, unless we make it a historic designation. So we're again kind of caught in between those extremes, and I would love to see if we can find that middle ground.
Councilmember Evans.
Yeah, I don't like being told that I've already decided to demolish the Civic Center just because it got tucked into the capital improvements plan. Because I didn't knowingly vote for a capital improvement plan and knowingly voted for demolishing the Urbana Civic Center. I think there's a misunderstanding of what reuse, redapting, or whatever the word is. But nobody is talking about landmarking the Civic Center and trying to return it to an event center from 1982, okay? We're talking about, from what I heard, the Historic Preservation Commission talking about, and the few conversations that have happened, is that it is talking about incorporating the Civic Center in a brand new way to be part of a transit center, either as a lobby. And if you look at the student drawings at the University of Illinois architecture class, the possibilities are endless of opening up the center, using just parts of it. There is a lot of different ways to redapt the Civic Center, but it is not to run another event center from 2018 or whatever. It's not trying to return it back to what it was. It's to use it for a new purpose, as we have done many buildings in downtown Urbana, either improve them and use them as they were, or in the case of what I'm most familiar with is you take a 1914 post office and you turn it into an independent media center, or you take a turn-of-the-century train station and you turn it into a theater. So that's the kind of thinking that we're trying to do. And I think I agree with Alderperson Wilkin. Can there be any time to discuss and design? Why can't we do that? We're making permanent changes to the landscape. We are investing $32 million of tax money into something that's going to be a permanent feature of the downtown that is much needed, and that'll be for citywide residents. I mean, that we need what's comparable, and I agree with Alderperson Jones. He's absolutely right. We need something comparable to what the city of Champaign has, as one who does stand out in the weather every week waiting for a bus over there. So I'm fully supportive of a transit center. Landmarking the Civic Center is not in opposition, doesn't have to be in opposition to a transit center. So why can't we talk about both? Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Hersey.
To kind of go where you're talking about, Chris, if we're going to incorporate both, then we need to have everybody at the table.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
everybody's not at the table. Okay, we're actually planning MTD stuff instead of them planning their own. And and this is something that they've been jumping through hoops and getting all kinds of papers put in for economic and environmental this, that, and this. They've been doing that for a few years. So we don't get to tell them what they have to do when they've already said, well, this is what we're willing to do. Then they need to be part of the discussion, which from what I can see so far, that's been excluded. They've been excluded. They've come in and explained some things, but only because they've made that decision to do that. If, you know, we can talk about the architectural college and there's stuff that they've done, and that's all well and good, but it don't mean anything if you're not taking it to MTD. Why are you bringing it to me? Don't bring it to me. Take it to them, because they're the ones that's gonna be putting out the money. We're not putting out any money. If the Civic Center gets a particular landmark status, I imagine it'll just sit there until the air conditioning falls through the roof. Okay, because we didn't have them. If we had the money to keep it up, that's what we would have been doing. And apparently that's not something that could happen, and we can't use it, so we can't charge people because we don't want the air conditioning to fall through the roof on somebody. There's a lot of what ifs here, so let's be adults instead of doing what ifs. One thing or the other, or the in between. If you're going to make plans, trying to say what MTD should do or could do or woulda, coulda, shoulda, then invite them to be a part of the equation. You're not. As far as I can see, we've not done that. If they say that, well, this is not something that we want to do with this land, I mean, you can at least say that you invited them to the table. And that may be an issue just in and of itself. So that's all I'm saying. If we're going to make all these plans of what we can do with this building, well, the people we need to be talking to is MTD as well. But I haven't seen that kind of, at least not coming from this council, or the architectural people. I haven't seen anything because they're already saying, it may take longer, but nobody's included them on what they want or how they might want to deal with this situation. Okay, I'm reading this letter, what I was reading earlier, and, they've invested a lot of their own time and money in this already, too.
We're going to do Councilmember Evans, and then James will get you right after.
There have been 8 years of planning. The MTD has been planning this for 8 years, and there were all kinds of backroom meetings. And you know who wasn't invited to those meetings? The public. So it works both ways. The MPD has spent all that design money, the $130,000 and all these environmental studies, never invited the public, never invited the historical. In fact, if you look at the history, the Historical Preservation Commission was shut out of the process. And they didn't find out about this to the last minute. So one of your questions is, why didn't this happen earlier? Because they were shut out.
No, I'm sorry. I have a point
think
of
so.
information. That is not correct, Councilmember Evans. That is not correct. Staff followed the appropriate process as mandated by Section 106. The HPC, there were issues with staff transition, email usage, et cetera, but in terms of documents being sent to people. They were sent, they were received. There is documentation with the state of Illinois that that process was appropriately followed. I'm sorry, I have to make that very clear. It's critical for the accountability of this city as a whole.
Right, and also what needs to be accounted for is the testimony of the historical preservation commissioners who said they felt left out, and you heard that.
They did say they felt left out. That is correct, but I just want to make sure, as a point of information, all procedural steps were followed as mandated by the state of Illinois. But I can appreciate that there was a sentiment that there could have been more communication and that they felt left out. It's important for the record that that is stated clearly.
Also, for the record, I want to say that the MTD was invited to the professor architecture class, and that Ashley did testify at that very seat that they were in conference and in class with the designing architecture students, so the MTD was included.
Councilmember James Quisenberry.
Sorry, it takes me a moment to take the mute off sometimes. I was just going to call the question.
Okay, there's any further discussion?
No, he just called the question.
Oh,
We have to
sorry.
vote.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Could we be reminded what we're voting on?
The motion on the floor by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Councilmember Wilkin, is to forward this with no recommendation to the regular agenda. And at this time, that would be the next council meeting, which is going to be next Monday, June 22nd.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes and the item moves to the regular agenda on city council. All right, new business. Number 4, ordinance number 2026-06-017, an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2026-2027 annual budget. Please, as you leave, please keep your voices to a minimum. Thank you.
Good evening. So what we have before you tonight is two ordinances, but we're going to go through the first one. But we go through this process every year. We bring two ordinances to council for as a part of the budget process. So usually we adopt the budget and then we amend the budget. So for this ordinance, this is the ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 27 budget. And so when we adopt this, when we approve this ordinance, we will adopt the FY27 proposed budget, and then with any changes, with all the changes that is included in the exhibit. A lot of these items are housekeeping, but I want to mention some of the big ones. The first one is the state income tax revenue. So when we did the budget, we assumed that a reduction for state income tax revenue would take effect. Fortunately, that did not happen. So we're adding approximately $218,000 of income tax revenue to the budget. And then the fire department is gonna carry forward $25,000 in savings from the 26 budget and use that money to purchase a used ladder truck in fiscal year 27. And then in the recycling fund, we we would increase the budget for collection by 56,000, and 28,000 of that will be from fund balance, and the other 28,000 will be a transfer from another line item. And then if any additional revisions are required before the budget is approved, we will provide a revised exhibit in the next meeting.
So I'm just going to quickly kind of run through the big picture for the budget with you. So after these changes, we have about $282,000 remaining in the general fund that is outside of designated reserves and outside of what's required to comply with our policies on a balanced budget. 218,000 of that is recurring. It's in fact the income tax revenue that we thought that the state was going to take away that they in fact didn't. And just based on the fact that the ARTF recommendations are going to be coming forward soon, and we know that we're going to need additional recurring funds for that. That may be something that you just want to set aside for that purpose. So if we assume that, and that's your decision, there would be 63,000 left that could be used for one-time expenditure. So again, that doesn't include anything that we've designated as a reserve. And I know last meeting, I think Councilmember Wilkin asked about possibly using some of that. So aside from dipping into the reserves, I think the bottom line is or the 218,000, there's virtually no flexibility here. So as Don said, any changes you give us tonight, we can provide a revised ordinance for next week. But you can also make changes in the process of reviewing this item next week. It'd be a little more orderly if we have them tonight, but either is possible. So we're happy to answer questions.
Sorry. No, you're fine.
Councilmember Evans.
I can wait. Boy, I hate to repeat myself, and I'm not trying to badger you, Elizabeth. I don't understand where the $3.5 million went. Like, poof, where'd it go?
So
I'm sorry, but
right. So the budget is kind of a flow over time, right? Yeah, between fiscal years. And so as we're working on the FY27 budget, part of that process is estimating how much is flowing forward from FY26. So at that point, we're not looking at FY26 as closely, we're estimating, and then we assume that carries forward into FY27. So it's allocated in FY27.
I will do my due diligence and study that answer again. So in conversation with Alderperson Hersey before the meeting, we noticed in the overall budget hearing that we previously had to this meeting, we're like nearly $20 million in debt. There's $80 million in expenditures and $67 million in revenue. You just told me that we've got 63,000. What we really got is 63,000. So help me understand that.
Okay, so I told you we had 63,000 available in the general fund.
Right.
So when we run that ad for the public hearing, that's all funds combined. And the fact that we're spending more than we're taking in doesn't mean we're going into debt. It simply means that, for example, in capital improvement funds, what you'll see is we'll set aside money for a lot of years and build up a balance, and then there'll be a big year where we spend on large projects. So, it's not, that doesn't imply that we're going into debt.
Okay.
It's just timing.
Thanks. And this is your last budget presentation, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And I apologize for all the hard questions over the years.
No, that's okay. I like the hard questions.
Councilmember Wu.
So I just wanted to go back for a moment to the fire trucks and the replacement of the ladder. So I realize that it takes years for us to be able to have one delivered to us, right? And so the estimate here says it's 3 million. I was on council when we bought the latest one. It was like 1.25 million, so it's almost tripled in price here. So if we are, just budgetarily, can you walk me through how this would work? If we're saying we're going to spend 3 million, we're going to put the order in, but we're not going to spend the 3 million for 3 years?
Right, so in order to have the authority to commit to the purchase, to sign a contract with the vendor, it has to be budgeted. That's where our authority to spend money comes from, is the budget. And so it will be budgeted in FY '27, and we will issue a purchase order and encumber the funds, but the cash isn't gonna go out the door until later. And depending, just for sake of clarity, we usually have an option with fire apparatus that we can pay some of it earlier and receive a discount. So if they offer that kind of option, whoever is here at the time doing my job will take a look at that and see if that makes financial sense to take that option. So some of it may get paid out over the 3 years in 2 amounts, or it may all get paid out at the end of the 3 years.
So let me know if this is going too far into the weeds, but I recognize that we have a VERF fund, that we save money for these large purchases. When we say we're going to spend 3 million in 3 years, does that include the amount of money that's going into VERF every year for that particular apparatus? As I said, it's kind of in the weeds.
Yeah, so we've timed it out to pay for the replacement when we expect to receive the fire truck. But
So it is, yeah.
But Dawn has looked at it and the cash flow works, so there's
Okay.
not an issue with having cash.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. Okay, I got a few, I think quick ones here, just double checking. So reparations, we have 25,000 that's in this year's budget that essentially kind of wasn't spent from last year for the coalition, is that right?
The first time it appeared in the budget was this year, right? It didn't get carried over from prior year. That was
This 26 current year versus, right, versus not the year that
correct.
starts.
The first time it appeared in the budget was FY '26. So we didn't know at the time we put this ordinance together what the timing would be, and it appears now that that intergovernmental agreement won't get approved until after July 1st, so we'll have to come back and pick that up in a budget amendment to move it. We'll have to move it into FY '27. Or we can do it here if we're providing a revised attachment for next week.
Yeah, I think that there will be some revisions either way if we're gonna spend that 282,000 somewhere. So I would suggest we just have that in this budget, carry over 25,000 from the current fiscal year into next year for a reparations coalition.
Yep, we can do that.
And then equity and quality of life projects, we talked about the past couple weeks in the CIP. My understanding is that we'll kind of evaluate and see how we can do that. Is that the plan? There's no equals in the budget besides the 30,000 for this year?
Correct. There's no new money dedicated to equity and quality of life projects. So I think we talked about a couple of things last week. One was we could wait until fiscal year '26 is closed and we know how much money is left at the end of the year. There will certainly be some. Then council could do a budget amendment to set aside some money for future EQL projects. Or I think I also heard the suggestion last week that potentially there would be an interest in taking it from some of the reserves that we set aside related to federal funding.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Any questions from Council Member Quisenberry?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, if there are no more. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Wu.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'll move ordinance number 2026-0617, an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 annual budget onto the next city council with approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Grace. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Grace.
Thank you. As far as the 282,000 that we have kind of wiggle room, and Elizabeth elaborated 218 recurring, right, 63 one time. I would love to see that money go into maybe split with alternative response reoccurring funding. We've talked about we'd probably have to ramp up this program. It might, in its end state, be more than that. We're not sure exactly how much. And I would suggest we split some of the other wiggle room money with direct community grants. The SUN grant, Sustaining Urbana Neighborhoods, made it in the budget. I don't recall that we said it was one time versus reoccurring. My hope and intention at the time was that that was a reoccurring thing. We did have a round of projects that were funded. There's been a lot of transition in grants management and stuff, so I don't know if some of that has been maybe not as much attention as it would have otherwise, but I would love for some of that money in our excess to go to alternative response, adding to that pool of money, and community services grants. I would advocate for the Sustaining Urbana Neighborhoods, but I think going into any of those community service grants, I would be in support of.
Just for clarification, so the original allocation for the SUN grants was 100,000, and that didn't all get spent in the initial, in the initial round. So the amount that's left is something like $37,000, and that is showing up in the FY27 budget to complete the spending of the original 100,000.
Councilmember Evans.
I just want to concur with Alderperson Wilkin that we should spend as much as possible on alternative response and to really beef that up. That is going to be an expensive project, and it needs, for it to be successful, it needs as much resources as possible. So I would, I'll split it with you if you want, Grace, but that's fine. However, but really emphasis that we need to get it to alternative response. And thank you.
Councilmember Wu.
Yeah, I'm gonna, it's my first time disagreeing with Grace tonight. I really don't think we should be spending all this extra money. I think we need to keep some of it. There are things that come up. We're already committing $1.1 million in all these grants, and we only have, what, 263 left? There's just too many unknowns out there going on with the state deciding to do one thing and then not doing it, the federal government, making these different rules. I don't feel confident that I would be fiscally responsible without, I don't want to spend it all. We've got to make sure that we have some. Now, I know that we have the policies. I know we have some in the general fund that reserve. I know we have policies in terms of reoccurring funds. But I really don't feel comfortable spending all that money. I will speak a little bit too, because I just went and looked at the Alternative Task Response Task Force work. I agree that at the end of the day, it'll probably be more than what we have budgeted. Right now, we have in reoccurring funds, I believe, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, that 307,000 is reoccurring and 150 is one time. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. I would love it if we could get something off the ground this upcoming fiscal year. I don't think we're going to be fully fleshed out. That's just me. I could be wrong. I think that what I hope to see from the Alternative Task Force is a plan, and then it's going to take time, and then we're going to have to, write job descriptions and get them through the Civil Service Commission, and I mean, it's a whole process. So us being able to be up and running like in 12 months is a heavy lift. I say this because I actually don't think we need to put more money into the alternative response at this time. I am not opposed to doing it in the future as we figure out what those needs truly are. But I would prefer that we do not spend this extra money right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Grace, sorry.
Can we hear from the mayor first? Might dictate what I have to say.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah. No,
Well, and some people haven't spoken the first time yet.
Yeah, including myself, Mr. Quiz. So I will say that, I am in agreement with Mary Alice in the sense that just from a financial, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint of wanting to, because of, as I said last year, there's so much uncertainty happening right now within our governmental sphere that I would agree in that sense. I do, want to acknowledge, though, Councilmember Wilkin, and as I, was talking with Elizabeth, too, for us to be able to have a moment where, the year is closed out and to determine what's remaining to put to, the additional equal projects. So I am in agreement with that as well, but I just want to chime in briefly on some of my, reservations.
Also, just as a point of information, the time is now 10:26. We have a mandatory adjournment of 10:30 p.m. unless otherwise extended by vote of the board.
I would like to extend the meeting. I've been trying to raise my hand to get that.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Hershey.
Okay, to 10:45, because we still have a closed meeting to do. You want to do it later? You want to do it longer? 11 o'clock? Huh? Okay, so then it would be 10:55, considering what time it is right now. I'm
From
not trying to
10:30.
stay here all night. I
From-
do have someplace to be.
From 10:30. 30-minute interval.
Okay,
11
so-
p.m.
Okay.
Can we extend it to 11, please?
o'clock. 11 o'clock then,
Second.
okay?
Okay, we got a
second?
motion made by Councilmember Hersey, seconded by Councilmember Quisenberry. Okay. Are there any more? Can we do a vote on it? Okay, all right, sorry. Thank you for your patience. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against
Aye.
say nay. I promise it won't be this bad in the future. Okay, is there any more discussion? James, did you have something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, and I probably should have just let Deshaun speak for me because I would be comfortable with, as Elizabeth suggested, seeing how 2026 ends, when the books are closed and seeing what the numbers actually are, because I would be comfortable if things into the good, putting more money into the equals projects, because I do think that I do agree with Grace that it's a shame that we're not funding that going forward. I will say that I think I agree also that there's going to need to be more money in the alternative response program, but I know Mary Alice has looked at other cities that have started these things up, and I do know that while I think that number will have to be higher, we will not be able to spend what we have booked in next year's budget. So I don't feel compelled to do that right now, but if it looks like we need to, I'm committing to revisiting that if we need to do a budget amendment later in the year.
Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. I move to amend the budget to add the 36,000 wiggle room one-time expenses to the rollover Sun grant, and 37,000 remaining plus this 63,000 equals the nice 100,000 that it was in its original year.
I think I need you to repeat that.
Yes, so taking the 37,000 remaining from the Sun grant from whatever year it was executed, plus 63,000 in our one-time expense wiggle room to equal around 100,000 for the Sun grant. That's what it was in the previous round. That seems also maybe more worth it. It's a lot of staff time and selection committee and people putting in applications for a smaller amount of money. It seems kind of more bang for your buck if you've got more there. In the first round, we had quite a few applications that were over 100,000 of the ask, and they were not all selected. That was also the first time doing this new grant program. So again, move to amend to add the 36,000 in one-time expenditure wiggle room to the Sun grant.
Have we passed a motion to do anything?
So the original motion on the floor was by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Councilmember Wilkin to approve the annual budget. And so now there has been a motion to amend by Councilmember Wilkin, and we are awaiting a second.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second it. I'm sorry.
Okay, motion moved by Councilmember Grace, seconded by Councilmember Evans. Yes, Councilmember Wu.
So I just want clarification on the additional 63,000. Is that coming out of the, that's the full amount that is left in one-time expenditures? So all of our money would be going to Sunna grants? Is that correct?
No, so there's about 282,000.
Right.
If we take out the 218 of that, that would
Yes.
be recurring expense, or 63.
Right, it's exactly the only amount. Okay, there's no way that I'm voting for this.
Okay, is there any more further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Where's James?
Where's James?
No.
Nay as well for me. So the motion does not pass. So now do we vote for the original motion?
Now we can resume discussion on the original motion, which is to pass.
Okay.
And if there's no further discussion, then yes, we would vote on the original motion.
Okay, is there any more discussion on the original motion? Councilmember Grace.
Thank you. I understand the point of having some reserves, but also that's not how we've done budgets in the past. We've had less wiggle room in budgets past than this. And so just give it a shot, and we can deal with these things now so we don't have to deal with them last week. But I'm going to get it out there and move to amend that we take $100,000 from the excess reoccurring cost to put towards alternative response to add to the reoccurring cost.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Councilmember Grace, seconded by Councilmember Evans. Is there any discussion? No discussion? So we just vote on it? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Councilmember Wu.
The prospective city council members who are sitting in this is what happens when it gets really late. We get a little punchy here. So I'm just not gonna, I'm gonna repeat myself really quickly. I feel like the amount of money that we currently have set aside, which is a total of $457,000, adequately covers what we could potentially be spending this year. That said, I will not be voting for the addition of the $100,000 to this, but I would be more than willing to vote for a budget proposal, a budget amendment, if indeed more funds are needed. So I'm going to vote no on this one.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, with no further discussion, let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, that motion fails to pass. So now to the original agenda ordinance. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, with no further discussion, let's take a vote. James, do you have anything?
Nope.
Okay, with no further discussion, let's vote on the original agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion passes and the item moves to the regular consent agenda. Last item of new business is ordinance number 2026-06-018, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 10, fiscal year 2025 to 2026 estimates. The floor is yours.
Okay, so this is basically the final budget amendment that we will do for fiscal year 26. So we will revise the FY26 budget to the FY26 estimate in the proposed budget, and then all the changes included in here in the exhibit. All of these items are fairly small amount and mostly housekeeping items or rebudget. So, yep, and then that's all That's all I have. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? No questions. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do you have a second?
Do you want me to read it?
Go ahead, sorry.
That's okay.
I was
That's
just trying to
all right.
get
It's
through
all
to 11 o'clock.
I do have a question for the clerk. Since this is a budget thing, does it need to be on the regular agenda so that the mayor can vote?
Well, yes, they both have to be on the regular agenda, both the ordinance to adopt the budget and the regular. I already put regular in my notes, like it wasn't gonna go on the consent agenda.
Not the only one punching? Okay. Ordinance number 2026-06018, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 10, fiscal year 2025-2026, estimates onto city council, regular agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Councilmember Hershey. Is there any discussion? Okay, with no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say
Aye.
nay. All right, the motion passes and item moves to the regular agenda on city council. All right, we're done with new business. Moving forward with discussion for the surveillance ordinance.
You guys have 1 minute.
Okay, you have 1 minute, go ahead.
Thank you. Talked with city administrator, just checking in on this. We obviously don't have time tonight, probably won't the rest of the month, but in July, I'm willing to work on kind of organizing the remaining things that we can vote yes, no, up, down on certain things, and then just vote on it in the end, one way or another. And if anyone would like to collaborate or be more involved or anything, let me know.
Councilmember Wu?
I don't know, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting. Is that okay to 11:30?
What? No.
We're about to go into closed session, and when we're functionally in closed session, we cannot take action. We cannot vote.
Okay.
So if you think that you can get done with your closed session with enough time to come down here and vote to come back into open session and adjourn the meeting before 11 p.m. in like 20 minutes, cool, you don't need to extend the meeting. But if you don't think you can get the closed session done and run back down the stairs to extend the meeting in 20 minutes, I recommend you extend to 11:30.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Aye.
We have not motioned or seconded to go into closed session yet, friends.
I move that we go in closed session pursuant to ILCS 122C3, appointment to a vacancy in a public office.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilwoman Hershey, seconded by Councilmember
Your call has
Wu.
exceeded the maximum permitted duration.
It's time to go.
We do have to do a roll call vote.
Okay, do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wu.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Hersey.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Quisenberry.
He's off phone already.
Alrighty, at this time, we're going into closed session. The only items remaining on the agenda for the public who may stick
Conference.
around
Please announce yourself.
is council
Hello.
input and communications. I will be honest, given the late hour, I'm not sure that they're really going to say anything. Have a good night.
How do I join the closed session?
James, I will text you the new call code and host code.
Okay, thanks. I would have voted yes, by the way.
No, it's okay.
shot, one dead.
Another kid.
I'd like to make a motion to open session. Oh, sorry. I'd like to call for a motion to open the session.
I moved that we reopen our session, come out of closed session, open our session.
Second.
All right, motion moved by Councilmember Wu, seconded by Councilmember Grace. Do you have any council input and communication?
We gotta have a
vote.
roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wu.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilkin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now, do we have any council input and communications?
I'll have something really quick.
Yes, please.
You know, we got to 11:30. So I've been working with the mayor to schedule a listening session and decided to do it in August when people get back from summer. So on August 18th, we will be having a listening session, and I will be scheduling a place and continuing to announce it.
Anything else? Okay, just would like to reiterate, thank you to everyone who came out today and spoke. Also, thank you to all the council members up here. I learned a lot from each one of you, so I appreciate all the wisdom and all the knowledge. And I promise you, I will get better at being in the chair. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, if there's nothing else, that it will be the end. Thank you.